morning, YouTube. Ragnarok Total War here with another episode of our classic Wood Elf campaign, aka the never-ending campaign. We are gonna kick this off here in a moment, get going, and just see what we can do today. I know it's a little bit of a weird time for me to be streaming. I've really got to get myself back into the habit of streaming more frequently, and I feel like just, streaming whenever I'm up to it, I think is the best way to move forward, and hopefully we get back to a more regular schedule. I don't know, IRL has been kicking my ass these days, and I'm just trying to figure things out. But anyway, I digress. Let's get into this bad boy. Where are we gonna start? Where are we gonna start? You know what, before we get into this, I should mention, so YouTube has updated their advertisement policy, their marketing and whatnot, and so there's like additional controls, and I didn't realize it had been updated, so I just went through it quick, and I just put it on, like, you can set it to automate, you can automate it, or you can do it so that you have full control when ads are played and everything. So I put it on a balanced advertisement sort of setting. I just kind of went through it quick. I might take a deeper look at it later on, but if you guys are finding that there's too many advertisements, let me know and I will make the adjustments accordingly. But yeah, all right, we're gonna start off. I think we're at the beginning of the turn 124. I really like to get this done by turn 150. That would make my heart so glad. But I think we'll definitely hit it under 200 turns. I think we'll definitely get the full map completion. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But 150 would be incredible if we could hit that. All right, yeah. Orion is right over here. So we got this force, which has got some stuff in it. We kick things off with that fight. We've also got the orcs over here.
The forest is whispering.
And she is coming to link up with Orion's army. Let's do about a bit of scouting. I'm not
protector of the forest.
Not super anxious to get into a fight. I mean, I know I'm going to be rusty every time I take a little bit of a break when I come back to play Total War, especially Warhammer, because Warhammer I find is a little bit more micro intensive than some of the other Total Wars.
Anything is possible.
Yes.
I go then.
Scoop that up. Rats, of course, should be fine. Just seed it.
You called?
Yeah, so I do have, so here's the thing, I do have access to
What do you need?
Total War Egypt as well, or Total War Pharaoh, whatever it's called. I've had it for like over a week now. I'm allowed to, I actually, I had the choice to stream that or this today, but I decided, what else is in this army?
Can I offer assistance?
Let's go with that. Yeah, I decided to stream this. I was more in the mood for Warhammer. I played about 5 hours over the last week, so that gives you an indication of how I'm feeling about that particular title. It's just really meh, but probably will be showcasing some of it at some point. Either later today or potentially probably tomorrow is probably more accurate. God damn, why did it have to take so much damage? Let's hope they recover most of that. Yeah, they're gonna recover it. Alright, that's fine.
Orders?
Clan Eshin seems like we've got Clan Eshin more or less under control.
Need me?
Yeah, we'll just go with a nice steady pace. This morning, what's our income? All right, we're not in. Got a little bit of money in the bank. All right, so we got an army there, army here. You can hit that, so you probably move towards that. If I move you, does this give any ambush defense chance plus 25%? So that's not too bad. Want to try and minimize the potential of us getting ambushed. Though if this army does get ambushed, they should be able to handle themselves fairly well. Yeah, we're coming up to the edges of the map here, which is pretty nice. You're gonna head that way. Where do we want to scout? You're gonna hit that. I mean, what's this army doing? Yeah, I can't quite reach there, unfortunately. Just go. I'll just park right beside it. Small army there shouldn't be an issue. Got another army here. Son of a gun. Look at that. Alright, let's have. Yeah. Go right there and just try and block this guy in. Don't want him to sneak down there. I mean, he might still sneak down there. But we should be able to catch him if he does. So. Alright. Yeah, do we want to scout over here or over here? Guess we'll. Let's come around this way. Really love the landscape over here on this side of the map. It's kind of cool.
Never! Within sight, but not reach.
But yeah, things are going well in this area. What is that? Look at this fancy guy. I don't know. These sentinels. Oh, he actually turns his head. Fancy that. This sentinel is kind of seem kind of cartoony to me, or they look kind of cartoony to me a little bit. But I mean, I guess some of the Warhammer stuff kind of looks a little cartoony. Alright, so we got Yoda right here.
It is fate.
Could hop into this. Or we could just take this Shattered Stone Bay first. We got a couple armies to take out there. Yeah, just scoop this up for now.
Here we shall thrive anew.
Get you some replenishments. This builds.
Azray Spellweaver.
And yeah, we should be able to pick both these armies off.
I'll have your soul.
Though
Glade Lord, at your service.
It's gonna be an interesting fight.
Your orders are acceptable.
Well, we do have the War Dancers to deal with their cav. Though, fuck, we could auto resolve it. Casualties low. Alright. Not too bad. And we get a fair bit back with replenishment. Alright. Works out okay. We're going to try and avoid any manual battles as possible just to Try and speed things along.
Kindred,
If we're
to
lucky,
battle!
we'll be able to hit the flayed rock as well. There are a couple armies over there. Alright, very nice. Heard of another vampire stack.
At your service.
Nice.
Athalloran!
I'll take the flayed rock. Oh man, look at this garrison. This is a major settlement? Nope. Just a big old garrison. Oh shit. Yeah, we're gonna have to raise it.
Proud son of Athalloran.
Just too tempting, too much money to give up. Unfortunately, we're not gonna get replenishment this turn. But we're not really in any danger. We might come around actually and take. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Yeah, probably best take Blade Rock. Yeah, it was a major settlement. That's
How can I assist you?
interesting. It was a major settlement with the ode actually fortifications. Is that like a special settlement? I guess. Oh, that done. All right. All right, looks good. Mission: the dead must rise. You had a successful assassination attempt. I get a scroll of leeching. Alright, where is Orion? Orion is way the hell up here. Yeah, I think it's in our best interest to get rid of this army first. The orcs are not too much of a threat unless there's more behind them.
The hunter, yes.
See what kind of odds this gives us. Close victory. Eric victory. Oh wait. Yeah, now the question is where do we want to send Orion? Come around this way and head for this. Yeah, we don't have quite enough armies to operate over here just yet. Yeah, just wondering, should we send Orion north? Or do we send him south to link up with this army? So this army's gonna head that way. Through there. Holy shit. What the hell is that? Oh. Jade's of Star Wars right there. Yeah, I think we'll send him north. Because theoretically this army is gonna head that way. got this army to head down here. And when that's done, once this is taken, we can go this way. You have armies
Can I offer
over here
assistance?
as well. But yeah, I suppose go
Lord of the forest. Going.
deal with the Georgie Mahalkov says, where have you been? God, man, I don't even know where to start. I just, honestly, man, I've just been trying to find a job. I started a new job and quit, and the whole situation has got me really bummed out. So I mean, like, trying to be responsible and focus on finding proper employment for myself rather than spending time on the old channel. But at the same time, like, I get so much I don't know, I get a lot of satisfaction from doing the channel. So it's like, I should really be focusing on the channel at the same time. I don't know, it's tough. It's a tough situation. How are you, Georgie? What's going on this fine Sunday? I guess it's Sunday. I guess it's still technically Sunday morning for you. But yeah, I don't know. I just been wrestling with some demons and just trying to find work. Been hitting my philosophy books a little bit. Just trying to get back into that a bit. Just trying to figure out what I want to do. Georgie says, "Gotcha. You'll get through this, bro." I know. It's yeah. Like I don't know. I mean. I try my best to, put on a, sort of a stoic face or just, and I try really hard to have sort of like a Zen sort of approach to life, but,
Trade Lord.
it's not easy. Not always easy. And what it turns out to be
How should we proceed?
most often is just, me being useless. I don't know, that's what it feels like. But anyway, c'est la vie. I'm sure things will sort themselves out. I mean, it's life, right?
Yes, Graf. Lord of Athelor.
Everybody's got their struggles. And life is full of unexpected challenges and surprises and things like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things that I wish I wouldn't let it bother me as much as it does. Because, deep down I know it's going to work itself out. Like, I mean, that's the nature of life. Like, things, generally work themselves out. It just, sometimes takes a little bit of time or whatever. But, I sometimes have like a very one-track mind and just focus on things too much and, allow it to distract me.
One with the forest.
But yeah, I've missed you guys. I was thinking about you, Georgie. I was I was saying earlier I have access to Total War Pharaoh. So we could potentially play a little bit of Pharaoh later on today. Or maybe tomorrow. I might wait till tomorrow to kick it off. But I've played a tiny bit of it. I have not been overly impressed. But I mean, it's kind of, the game is exactly what I expected it to be, for the most part, or at least what I've seen from it. Hey, Vacoma, what's cracking, brother?
What do you need?
Ooh, where do we want to send you? It seems like Vacoma says he returned to the cursed campaign. I guess should we come down here? What's going on over here? We got this army
Proud
free
son of
over here.
Athelor.
Lazaro.
The forest
How
has
far can
spoken.
you get? Okay, you can get them there.
Beginning my
And you
journey.
there. We got a little bit of territory to mop up back here. Territory in the center here. Not seeing a ton of enemy armies here at the moment. Alright, yeah, it makes sense for you to come this way. Gomez says, you know that Clan Eshin is a very big pain to deal with if the system decided it's their turn to be Super Assassin mode. Or Super Assassin mode. We haven't had to deal with that yet. Clan Eshin, we've been it's actually going really smooth over here with Clan Eshin. Our invasion of the jungle, we pretty much for the most part steamrolled through Clan Eshin. This is the only army that we've got eyes on at the moment, and we are pushing into the jungle full force with four or five. Actually, we got like 5 armies over here. But yeah, Clan Eshin. I wonder how many settlements do they have left. Actually, it's a good chance or a good time to double check this. Shit, 31 settlements still. Son of a gun. They're number 1 for settlements. 31. Strength rank. Number 2, number 3, 4. Wow, Grimgor's. Look at this strength rank. Everybody is. Yeah. This really shouldn't take us all that long. It's just a matter of if I can pick up the pace a little bit. Georgie says, I caught up with this with stuff when I watched the replay of your last DEI stream. Oh, nice. Gomez says, I'm talking more about before turn 20 to 30. Mali Matari, you gotta paint the entire map. That's the plan. That's the plan. I mean, we've been working on this campaign for quite a while, off and on. I mean, when we first kicked it off, we went strong there for a couple of weeks. We put in a ton of hours, but since then we've kind of oh, look at this. Interesting. Alright, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna fall back with this guy because we've got to deal with that army and I don't want to have to chase it around.
At your service.
So this army, let's just drop you in there for now. This army is not the strongest.
These are dark times.
But yeah, the plan is to paint the entire map. It's just we did it once in Warhammer 2. I kind of want to do it once in Warhammer 3 as well. Though I wonder, I'm surprised that this wasn't added, that none of this got added in the recent update. Like I figured they would have, you know, I mean, it looks like they've planned to add these factions to the game, but I wonder if they're changing their mind on that front or what. With the
Ready. At once, sir.
The recent criticism they received from the last update for the game, the last DLC. But yeah, I was really expecting by now that we would have more territory added.
I will not disgrace my ancestors.
Oh, a lot of orcs. What's in this army? Human. Mali says, I'm almost done painting the map as a Legion of Asgore. Only Lustria left. It's just hard to keep interest as my armies are too powerful. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now as well. It's a matter of, you know, even though that we're at war with everyone, I guess not all of my armies are super strong, but most of the armies are quite strong, and just our strength ranking in comparison to the other factions, it's, yeah, becomes a little bit little bit monotonous just to finish things off. We're not gonna lose anybody, so yeah, damage. And we should be able to scoop this up. Shit. I wanted to get rid of Can we actually attack him here? Oh my gosh, he ran off? What the hell? How is it oh, I guess maybe he didn't participate in the previous fight. What are we... Right, we're building these for public order. Yeah, that's the biggest issue with the most of the Total War games, is that you get to a certain point and it just you lose interest, right? Because you're so powerful, and it's fairly typical of all the Total Wars. All right, yeah, let's work toward dwellers below. Oops. All right, looks good. Come down there and take that. Yeah, we're doing okay income-wise. We sacked one settlement this turn for 100,000. So that almost pays for the entire turn's upkeep, and we've got enough in the bank that I think we can continue. Oh man, you're in bad shape.
Beginning my journey.
Georgie says, okay, gotta go, hit the gym, catch you later if you're still on. Alright, Georgie, enjoy the gym, man. I gotta start hitting the gym a little bit more often myself.
Lady of the Glade, at your service.
But yeah, thanks for dropping by, Georgie. Good to see you.
You what?
Mally says, I hope they add a slider to adjust AI cheats too. We already have it for unit stats. In my opinion, AI needs more cheats to be a challenge. Interesting. You know what would be nice is that I mean, like, I don't know, I kind of, because like Pharaoh has like sliders for all that stuff, and it's sort of like, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it. Like, it's nice that you can kind of tailor things to exactly the way that you want to experience the game, but at the same time, you know, like, sometimes when you put too many options in, it kind of detracts from the experience. But I mean, like, the big issue is like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Hang on a second here. Okay, they got a stack in there.
I have no time for this.
Outside.
Stop that.
Oh man. And we're not quite a full stack there either.
How can I assist you?
But yeah, you know, like, how old is Total War now? You would think that the AI would be leaps and bounds better than what it was 20 years ago or 15 years ago, however old Total War is now, but it's not. It really isn't. Like, I mean, all of the Total Wars, the AI sort of varies, you know, to different shades as to how competent it is. Alright, we might come back to this. You know, the thing is, like, it's gonna be a real grind.
I'm a rune lord, not some smith.
I hate fighting these battles with these single entities. I find them so boring. Coma says, AI cheat slider is campaign difficulty. And Mally says, yeah, but they reduced the AI cheats from Total War Warhammer Warhammer 2. That is true. That is true. Koma says, for me it looks more like people working on AI change from patch to patch. Yeah, you know, like, I don't know. I was speaking more in general of, like, Total War AI, not just Warhammer, but, like, the historical Total Wars. And, like, Pharaoh is, you know, another showcase of, you know, issues with the Total War AI. But yeah, it does, you know, there's slight changes in the AI from patch to patch, for sure. That's gonna really annoy me that we can't upgrade that. We got a Skull Island out there that's worth... Is that worth 10 or 20k? What's happening here? Ooh.
I do not think so.
Valiant defeat. Oh my god. This armor's in bad shape. Do we want to? We probably do want to control a large army, because there's more of us than them. But at the same time, yeah, I think we will control a large army. It'll be an interesting fight. Mally says, Total War Warhammer 2 had the perfect difficulty. Sometimes I really struggled as plus 70 settlements. Grimgore's green tide came at me and I survived by the skin of my teeth. Yeah, you know, Warhammer 2 definitely did feel pretty good in terms of where, pretty well balanced in terms of where the difficulty was. You know, it was challenging, but not too challenging. And challenging that it did make the game interesting later on, whereas Warhammer 3, it's yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird because it's, you know, like I don't know if you guys follow Voland, but Voland, you know, really criticizes CA for their AI being so lackluster, to put it mildly. But yeah, Voland really criticizes CA's AI, and I tend to agree with a lot of what he says. Like, it's just, you know, in certain situations the AI is just not very competent in just sort of basic maneuvers and stuff, and I don't know how interested you guys are in with Total War Pharaoh, but Jackie Fish did a video highlighting some of the issues with the AI in Total War Pharaoh, and just, you know, I mean, it happens in this too. Like, one of the examples that he did is, like, you know, when the AI has their army lined up and then you do like a couple of like basic maneuvers or whatever, it looks like you're gonna flank them or something, and then just like the whole army shuffles, but it shuffles in a way that they like blob up in the middle and stuff, and it's just like, what is causing that to happen? You know, it just seems like a really poorly programmed. Is this a gate here? Is this a, can we get in through there? I think that's a gate. Yeah, it is. Yeah, just I don't know. It's just like stuff like that. It's like, why is that still happening in these games? Let's put you in behind there. Is that everybody? How long for these guys? So you guys can come in. Just come in over here. over here. Can we not move this? Alright, I mean, it's fine there. These guys, well, we'll just pull these guys off the field so that we don't lose them. Mally says, Pharaoh will flop hard, but I hope they will give Total War Warhammer 3 more love because of it. Total War Warhammer 3 is CA's only cash cow, so it deserves more. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen, man, because like the last 2 years, mainly because of Warhammer 3 and maybe partly because of Warhammer 2, but the last 2 years, I think CA set what did I press? Set record profits for the company, right? But it sounds like this year they're going to take a loss, and it's partly due to Hyenas being cancelled, and partly due to Pharaoh going to be like a major flop. But it could also be because the DLC that they had planned for this might not have sold quite as well. But yeah, I think they announced, CA announced that they canceled Hyenas, and I'm gonna withdraw the two of you. You guys start coming in here. Actually, let's go for the door over here. You guys come around this way too. Let's go that way. Are you on a dragon? You're an eagle. Could be helpful. Keep healing up, boys. Okay, you guys are safe where you are right now. How much wins do we have? Okay, we've got plenty of wins in reserve. But yeah, they said they canceled. CA announced that they canceled Hyenas, but also some other projects, some other unannounced projects, and I'm just wondering, like, oh my god, like, I hope they didn't cancel Medieval 3, because that's gonna be their next big cash cow. But I think more than likely we're gonna see Total War. Ooh, shit, that's not good. What do you call it? This is not good. These pink horrors. Gotta get into combat with them. What was I gonna say? We're gonna see 40k Total War, because I think that's, you know, gonna be their next big cash cow. But I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen with Warhammer. I'd like to see more further development with Warhammer, but at the same time, it's you know, it's approaching the end of its development cycle, right? So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with Pharaoh. Pharaoh is gonna be probably the least profitable Total War of all time, would be my guess. Goma says, also Rag, seeing you using non-upgraded version of the life healing is horrendous. I don't know what you mean. Mally says, seriously, who thought Hyenas was a good idea to begin with? A hero-based extraction shooter on a really oversaturated, already oversaturated market. Yeah, you know what? It looked like one of those, like, it looked like a game that was designed specifically for what do you call it? microtransactions. It just looked like something that... Alright, let's see if we can get you guys in here. But yeah, I think their plan was just to make a game that was gonna be... They're gonna be able to like load up all these microtransactions. And you know, I think their hope was to make something like, I don't know, what is that game? Fortnite? I think something along those lines is what they were. There you. If you could get in there, that would be great. Drop one of these in here. Mally says, thank God Total War Warhammer 3 doesn't have cosmetics or battle passes. Just drop a heal on you. Yeah, 100%. Well, I don't know, man. It's weird. Like I don't know. It's weird. Like when companies like do stuff that's like detrimental to their own survival. Like, I don't know. I guess they don't see it that way. But it's a very corporate sort of mindset, it seems, that CA has. And, you know, if they're not careful, they're gonna, you know, they're gonna find themselves in a really bad spot, position.
Yes.
But I mean, you know, like that's, you know, the other thing is that there hasn't really, you know, they haven't really innovated much with, you know, in a really long time with their games. Like, you know, there's nothing really all that groundbreaking in Warhammer. You know, I mean, the mechanics for the game are fundamentally the same. Like, there's not a lot you can do in this that you couldn't do in older Total Wars. It's just the bells, you know, there's just more bells and whistles. But, you know, the way that... see if we can... The way that the special abilities, the magic, and all that sort of stuff functions was all, for the most part, already developed in games like Shogun 2. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their plan is. But it's a little worrisome. But yeah, it's funny. I don't know. Like, anytime CA tries to do anything outside of Total War, it just like flops completely. Like, what? You know, didn't they try to make some kind of like card game or something? And they also tried to make like a like Total War Arena flopped. You know, anything. So you guys can push through there. You need to get over here. Yeah, pretty much anything out of their wheelhouse has kind of not gone super well. So I'm not surprised that Hyenas got canceled. Well, actually, I kind of am a little bit surprised, because you would think that they would at least want to, you know, it's been in development for like some time. So I mean, the game must be really bad if they feel like it's not salvageable. So I don't know. But you would think you've already invested all that money that you would at least want to get some kind of return. What the hell do I know? I think we've almost got this. We
Archers ready! Warriors of Ariel!
just trying to attack them.
Swiftly!
Or maybe not. Maybe they're gonna put up a little bit more of a fight. Trouble getting in there.
At pace!
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit concerned for the future of Total War because, you know, I love the historical games, and you know, like the thing is with Pharaoh,
Cavalry! Go!
being so bad, like with Pharaoh being the flop that it's gonna be, could potentially have CA move away from historical Total Wars altogether. At the same time, like,
Ready for orders! Straight away!
I don't know,
We are tireless!
I have a lot of issues with Pharaoh, like the way that the game has been designed. But anyway. See what happens. See how she goes.
Ready!
Hopefully, Total War continues to thrive, but only time will tell. It's like they're getting the army losses here. These guys. I don't think we lost any units completely. We take a fair bit of damage, especially on some of the cav here. I think everybody survived. I mean, I really want to finish these guys off. I would love to raise it, but can't afford to. We need to get these armies replenished. The other armies in, yeah,
These are dark times.
in Wild Root stance. Oh. Alright. Yeah, we want to try and finish off Zinch before they could potentially use that special ability again, where they freeze all our armies. That's, God, so annoying, especially when you have like 50 armies. How many? Actually, we don't have that many now. Sorry, enemy killed in battle. How many armies do we have? Provinces 135. Settlements 379. We're getting there. We are getting there. Armies 40 armies. It's not bad. shit, man.
It will be done.
3 settlements still. Hopefully that is that all of their settlements? Double check. Where are they? Where's it? Yeah, 3 settlements. Okay. Yeah, it would be incredible if we could finish them off before they can use that ability again. I'd say probably 4 turns. 3 or 4 turns before we get rid of them. Alright.
Proud son of Athalloran.
Huh? Alright, just for Bakoma, we'll go for the dwellers below there. Help things along. Yeah, I can't wait to get that locked down, and then they can come across here and hit the coast on that side.
Can I offer assistance? Lord
Alright,
of
these
Athalloran.
guys are in force march. Goodbye. Take the replenishment. Alright, so
At your service.
oh man, it would be amazing if we could reach that this turn. But yeah, I think this is where we want to go.
Starting out. Glade Lord. You need me? Seeking
Might be able to get there. There we go. Nice. I like it. Saves us a turn.
Orders.
And gets this side of the coast. Almost wrapped up.
Glade Lord, at your service. How can I assist you?
Alright. Looks good. What's in the army?
Azray.
Do the forest roar.
You
Got
called?
a couple dragons in the army.
Can I offer assistance?
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so these 2 armies, once they've locked this up, they'll start the invasion up the coast here. And then these armies will have them finish mopping up what's over here. Probably just move to there for now and go into encamp, and then we can take Talaqua next turn.
Highball. Anything is possible.
And then hopefully, I was gonna say hopefully that's the end of Clan Pestilence, but fuck.
No!
Rats are everywhere. Alright, yeah, you're gonna come down towards this. Because you'll have to come down there and take that as well. Shit. Ooh. The hell happened to your army, man? What the hell? Alright, we'll get rid of this dude. We'll take Khemri. And we'll have to use the global here. I'm tempted to wait here for a few turns and just like I know. Do we really want to wait? I was gonna say we could do treemen, but I kind of want to just get on the move right away. What's the pyramid, the gash, like for the fences? Yeah, maybe we'll go with the treeman. Oh, shit, these guys have good experience though. But I mean, if we're gonna wait 3 turns, we might as well go all out. 2.5. We'll get 1 dragon. We're gonna wait 3 turns anyway. All right.
My lady will not allow it.
Can reach.
It is forbidden.
Thing is, I have no doubt that we could win that. However, pretty sure
I will not.
that we'd have to manually
Not
resolve
in this
it.
world or the other.
What level is he? Level 21. You have... No, just basics.
These are dark times.
Anybody in here?
I have no time for this.
Tower of Archon. So comes in there.
Lord of the Glade.
These are dark times. Your orders are acceptable.
Kindred.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna split them up.
What do you need?
Lady of the Glade at
scoop
your
that up.
service.
I'm gonna... Ooh, yeah. And then the 2 of them can combine to take the Black Tower of Archon. Well, should at least stop them from recruiting. Oh, look at that. Pyrrhic victory. I will definitely take it. Don't mind if I do. A little bit of cash if we raise it, but better just to get the replenishment. That's good replenishment too. Alright, let's start working towards dwellers below.
Proud son of Athelloren. Highborn.
Just finish that off.
Proud daughter
Alright.
of Athelloren.
This area's looking mighty good. Once we get this mopped up, we can focus our efforts over here. Interesting. How far? We move on. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's move you right. Right there. And then we just auto-resolve this. Theoretically. God, Pyrrhic victory. Don't lose anything though. That should more or less eliminate the threat from them. From Ironbrow's expedition. I don't think we'll see too much. Oh my god. Yeah, we can't turn that down. 149,000. That is a nice bit of coin. Only thing that sucks is that we won't get any replenishment here this turn. We can't scoop it up.
How can I assist you?
But be able to do it next turn. Alright. Very nice.
Forest is whispering.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come around this way, see what's going on over here. Look at this! Freaking, Knights of Calador have survived this late into the campaign. That's impressive.
Defender of Athel. Hunting.
What we got over here? Is there... Okay, I was gonna say, is there not a city over here? Alright, yeah, I mean, we're more or less taking care of the threat of Ironbrow's expedition over here. However, they do have a big enough empire that they'll be able to refield some armies down here, so the sooner we get this all mopped up over here, the better. But it is it's going pretty well. Oh shit! Somebody's gotta take that.
Anything is possible.
Alright. Number of armies in the area here.
Your
Yeah,
orders are
gotta
acceptable.
take care of that. And this way. Was already moved. A little bit of a messy situation over here, though. So it's a tough area of the map to lock down. The Chaos Waste up here between Norska and the Chaos Waste. It's yeah. So many different factions operating in the area. Not to mention the terrain itself is, you know, it's a pretty wide frontier. Let's go with some more armor. Why not? Alright, yeah, so this is the the main threat right here.
Let the hunt begin.
Yeah, let's have you head over this way.
Someone wants to get infected.
How can I assist you?
Alright, so we got these idiots over here.
No.
Alright, yeah, shouldn't be an issue.
Plan scheme.
Just so. Could drop you into this army. Can I offer assistance?
Or this army.
A respite
Pretty sure we
in our
could
journey.
recruit some more heroes if we needed to. But we really don't need to be honest. Yeah, see, this situation right here is
Refused. Denied.
a bit of a mess. This army's in force march. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get rid of them. Alright, yeah, let's do that. And then hopefully these guys come this way. Don't necessarily want to deal with this all at once. Try and deal with those forces separately.
No. You're a pretender.
Just gonna come back this way, just in case they might attack us from the sea.
Begin.
And alright, so let's merge these guys up. Why can't we merge them? What the fuck? That was weird. You in there. Alright, yeah. So, we'll have this guy hopefully mop this up. We do also have this army as well, but I don't want these armies funneling back through here, which is the worry. I mean, but Morningwood here can fall back to get rid of them. And then we've got Coteris there, and then we do have Flint over here also who could help out. I think between these two armies they should be able to manage it. And then once this is cleared up, then we can really start our invasion north. That looks okay.
Guardian of the deep woods.
Let's do a little scouting over here. What's going on? Alright, Rengar. Alright. Let's head for this. What the hell? Come on. Give me a break. What the fuck? What the hell? Are we... No, we're in regular march. Why? We've got plenty of movement. In the... Oh my god. I guess you can't... I don't know, that's fucking weird. We should have been... I don't know why we couldn't make the attack there. That's annoying. Anyway. You'll be able to make the attack next turn. It's fine. Just cost us a turn.
Can I offer assistance?
Okay.
This will fail. No.
Your request is reasonable. My journey begins.
Let's hang on here a second.
By Kernos.
You waste my
It's
time.
not too strong. I'm just wondering if we should split up Morn and Regatok here. This is the only two armies that haven't been completely destroyed, like of my early game armies anyway, that didn't get completely destroyed. Bollocks. What's the...
Refused.
You might be able to take that on.
Protector of the forest.
Alright, then come around this way. Or are we going to... No, we're going to take attrition while we're on the way there. Alright, close victory. Take it. Not too bad.
None shall live.
We will make you welcome.
Alright. We got a foothold over here, and then we'll soon have a foothold there. Oh, son of a bitch. I wonder if those are... They look like they're Skaven settlements. Son of a bitch. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna recruit a lord here. Diamond here, he's level 47. Let's go with a treeman. We'll go with gorilla here. It's level 4. Fuck, we've got a lot of generals. But yeah, gorilla's level 42. Let's go with him. And let's just load up with Treekin. Oh shit. Grab a couple of those. Alright, that'll be fine. His job, just scoop these up. Should be able to do that with the Treekin, and then he can also help over here if these armies slip through there. So just give us a little bit of extra muscle in the area, then we can disband him when we need be, or once his usefulness is used up. But the situation seems more or less under control over here. All right, what do we got happening here?
The forest has spoken.
The forest has spoken.
These are dark times.
Is an agent coming over here to join his army? Okay, she's still a little ways off. Oh man. I really don't. Man, I mean, we could fight it, but it's gonna be a nasty fight. These dragon ogre shaggoths. I think what we'll do is just fall back here and just go into ambush stance here. I think this is the last army of the ritual, so we might as well take advantage of the fact that we've got our garrison here. There's no real rush to get rid of them. Where does it say? Is that for the ritual 2 turns? I think it's, yeah, I think it's 2 turns left on the ritual, so we should be fine. Pretty sure that's the last army. But yeah, that field battle,
No surrender.
not entirely sure that would go super well.
We will reach
All those dragon ogre shaggoths, it's gonna be a mess to deal with.
I have no time for this.
Proud daughter of Athel Loren.
This is all under our control here.
Elmchant Christian. Harmonis Elmchant.
Reshaper of forests. Here we shall thrive anew.
Alright, looks good. What do we got here?
Recon. Do you take me for a wazzock?
Shouldn't be too much of an issue there.
They will be judged.
Keep on scouting.
Defender of Athel
Yeah,
Loren.
come around this way, just see what's over here. Corner of the map.
If the forest wills it.
I can't wait
The
to get rid of the
clan of
dwarves.
Moving.
Been a major pain in the
All
ass
hail
this whole
Colonel.
campaign.
The deepwood stirs.
Yeah, we're not too many turns away from
Wood elf spellweaver.
having this. I mean, everything's kind of coming together.
How can I assist
Most of our
you?
provinces. All right, I think
I'll
take that. Probably need 2 armies to take
Lady of the
this.
Glade. By Kernos.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even manually resolving this would be. I mean, it's possible,
Athel Loren.
just because we've got the archers, but it'd probably be easier just to bring another army over.
Making my way.
Might actually still have to manually resolve it though. I don't think there's any more armies down here.
To war.
Motherfucker. Scheiße. What's the map look like? Yeah, I don't know. That's
Destroy them.
gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with. Let's take a look at what we got over here.
How can I assist you?
You're take that. Good. And so, man, I really want to take Aquitaine, but I think it's probably best we head for Quinnell's first,
Going forth.
because that's
is
where they're
impossible.
recruiting. So get rid of that first. But yeah, we'll completely eliminate them this time,
It is forbidden.
rather than keep them around. These 2 settlements over here, will probably leave these 2 for last. The Griffin Gate and the Phoenix Gate. Do they have? What do they have for garrisons? Ooh. Gross. Yeah, those are gonna be a little bit of a pain in the ass to take when we finally do take them, but anyway, we'll deal with that later on. Alright, yeah, I think we've pretty well moved everybody. There might be somebody I'm forgetting, but gotta decide what I want to do here. Hang on, let me see here.
To arms!
let's
Orders?
switch out some units here. Let's put these in the first army, and I'll take these guys. Let's do it like that.
Kindred to battle!
And then that way we've got some fast-moving units. We won't control large army. We'll cut off their reinforcements. And see if we can manage this, just dealing with the dealing with these blokes. See if we can outmaneuver the dwarves here. Alright, let's do it. Some dangerous stuff in here. Dangerous stuff. The comrade guy says, "What do we have here?" What's up, comrade? Happy Sunday. What are you up to, my man? It's fine Sunday afternoon. It's early morning for me, but I guess it's early afternoon for you, or at least getting close to. Yeah, I would say it's early afternoon for you. Fine. My maths are right. All right. Reinforcements coming in there. Doesn't really matter where the reinforcements go. Let's have them. Let's position them right there. It's a vampire settlement here. I don't think I've ever sieged this one. Comrade says nothing much, about to play Outriders. Oh, Outriders, eh? What the hell is that? I'm so... Oh, man. Look at this. This I find highly insulting, man. You're gonna put these boats into the game and you can't even play with boats? God dang it. What the hell? Anyway. Just a big freaking tease right there. Alright, yeah, I think what we're gonna do... We're gonna come in the back door with these guys. These guys should be hidden. And... what we're gonna do... Where's... we got some trees over here to hide in. Let's put you guys in the trees here. Have hang on a second. I gotta see what Outriders is. I've got Steam lined up here in the background. Outriders. The game sounds really familiar to me. Outriders is an RPG shooter with aggressive gunplay and intense action. As such, blood and gore is frequent and core to the experience. The Outriders' unique abilities are as violent as the shooting, with bloody and gruesome methods for dispatching of enemies. The world of Enoch is dark and desperate, and the characters that inhabit the world are equally so. The game has strong language and adult theme and scenes some may find distressing. Dang! Looks pretty wild. Holy Moses. Don't know that looks like it'd be a little bit too intense for me, my age. You guys hidden back there? Why the frack
The true
are you guys not hidden?
children of
Comrade says it's a looter shooter that had a mad welcome. It weren't the best, but it's pretty fun. Looks pretty wild. Why the frack are these guys not hidden? Are they hidden there? Can these guys not hide in the woods? What the fuck? I don't know what's going on. I don't know why we can't hide. Anyway, in the meantime, let's just put you guys up here. Hopefully you're out of the range of those towers.
Lady of Athen Lauren.
I want them... The thing is, I don't want these guys to... Alright, that's fine. I was gonna say, I don't want them to be hidden.
Raid, Captain. Aye! Yes!
Because I want them to deploy over here.
Lady of the Azrae.
So that we can sneak through the back door over here. And sneak through the back door over here. But anyway, we'll see. Okay, so they have deployed where I want them to. You guys head over that way. Alright, we're gonna wait before we bring them in because I want to... Okay, you guys gotta get moving because we're getting shot up here. Oh my god. I guess... We're a little careful here, right? Dwarfsies have guns. I want to take out their artillery pieces before we bring in the archers. That's what I'm trying to say. You guys go for the door here. Though we might, with a little bit of luck, we might not have to. Might need to get back in the air here. Let's drop that. Ah, shit. Are you shitting me? Let's get in the air, get in the air, get in the air. Come on. What the fuck? Get in the air. Open that. Grab another heal. Alright, let's start coming in over there. What do we got coming over here? Dwarf warriors. How's the gate? Almost through there. Alright, I think this is good. Let's come over. Oh wait, no. Get you in the air. Because we want to get through here before those units get over here. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Shit. Can actually just leave them alone. Drop this. Get away from those thunders. Just support the cav now. So we'll go for the victory points. Thing is, we don't want to necessarily wipe out any of their units, because if we knock out one of their units, their reinforcements are going to start coming on the field. So You just want to capture the victory points. Just one of you
With haste!
over here to this. And just defend the victory points. These dwarfs are so slow, right?
For the eternal realms! At once!
It'll take them quite a while to bring these troops over. Plus, it doesn't look like they're bringing everybody over. The fact that they've added 2 victory points kind of makes it a little bit unfair for the AI in these sieges.
Yes!
But whatever. You know.
Straight away! Battle ready! As you say,
Pontifex! How are you, man?
swiftly!
Welcome to the stream.
Go!
Just in the process of killing some dwarves. Actually, we're trying to avoid killing dwarves, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not gonna bring you guys down. I don't want you to get them in the muck there.
Fear everywhere!
Let's drop a heal,
Of course!
and you guys chase him off. Goma says, also current biggest change for sieges is we finally don't need to guard buff victory coins because it gives no tickets. Oh. Oh, look at that. So, what's the point of the... Pontifex says, trying to go back to sleep. It's early. Yeah, it is really early. So what's the point of the victory points then? Huh.
Lady of Lauren!
Why even bother with the victory points?
Attack!
I don't get it.
Bowman, ready!
So they just... Ah, fuck. You guys come back down this way.
At pace!
Koma says it's a buff. Oh, wow. Yip-de-doo. So the siege just continues until
Ariel!
you kill everyone. It's
The forest
kind of dumb.
They will die!
Deepwood archers! The forest wills it! Quickly!
Koma says capture a main capture point. Okay, so the main does the main capture point count as victory tickets? Okay, well when you said capture point, I just figured that it meant both capture points. Didn't give the victory tickets, but if the main one does, then okay, still kind of makes sense. All right, and actually, I much prefer that just to have the main victory point. Makes more sense. I mean, just you know.
At pace!
All right, you guys pull out of there. Don't do those long beards.
Near the deep wood!
Almost got it. The situation kind of didn't go super well.
Children of Athelloren! Faster!
You guys just keep moving.
Way
You
watchers!
guys start climbing the walls as well. Ah, fuck.
With haste!
Fucking
For the
slayers.
eternal realm!
Turn around and shoot them.
Archers
them down.
ready!
Sisters of Thorn!
Oh. Says we don't. Ah,
Dauntless Azrael!
fuck's sake. So this is what I was saying. Why we didn't want to to eliminate any units completely, because the reinforcements would come on the field. That's exactly what I meant. And coming in right in the perfect spot for them. But so long as we can hold them off from getting in there, you guys start moving up this way. And
Way watchers!
you guys just... Fuck, I can't even...
Warriors of Ariel! Way watchers! Now! At once!
Orders! By Colonel!
Alright, just hold them off.
As they may.
Make sure they don't get into the victory point, essentially. And you guys can
Fire!
get those cannons.
Way Watchers!
See, I can't even get these guys placed on the walls. I guess that's because I've got too many guys here.
Hold position!
So we can get some of them on the walls anyway.
Steady! Aye!
I'm gonna shoot the iron drakes, don't worry about the cannons.
Ready to hunt. Spells.
You guys pull back. And we'll just send in the single entities now. Should be fine.
Highborn Captain ready.
And maybe shouldn't have brought the archers in.
We are
Just a little bit unnecessary stuff to manage over here. They're taking damage that they don't
Our bows are yours!
necessarily need to be taking. Alright, you guys. Let's come over this way. Georgie says, are we still on? Hell yeah!
Legion Athelloren.
Going for a bit.
Ready to serve.
Let's drop a heal here.
Sisters of Thorn. Yes. Your orders.
Alright. Almost got it. With some dudes coming over this way. Guess we're gonna have to slow them
Warriors of
down.
Ariel.
Send you first, since you're in better shape.
Sisters of Thorn.
Come around this way. Come around this way too. George says, Rag, what's your opinion on the recent Sega/CA layoffs? I haven't really looked. I don't really know a lot about it. I know that they canceled Hyenas and laid off some employees or whatever. It's I don't know. I mean, oh, hopefully it works out well. Always sucks when people lose their job or whatever. But I think CA is maybe in a position where
For the eternal road.
the company has gotten a little bit bloated and I think a lot of times when that happens, when companies get too big or whatever, that they can get a bit complacent, which causes, which kind of stunts creativity. And I think if anything, like, CA needs to get back to its roots and start innovating with their titles, and just I'd like to see a total rework or a reimagining of what Total War is. Like, I mean, keep the fundamental formula the same, but add some really innovative elements is what I really want to see. I don't know, maybe I'll do a video covering that at some point. Georgie says, short version Sega is at a loss of $100 million. 100. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. That is a lot. Well, I mean, I don't know, like, but I mean, the worst thing is you can't really. Yeah, I think we'll raise it because the other armies should have enough movement to occupy it. Like, that really comes, they have no one really to blame but themselves. And, I don't think it's, necessarily the developers' fault. Like, I think it really falls on the shoulders of the company itself, the management, that is, and sort of like the business practices that they've been. Like, I think they're sort of, their business practices have kind of finally caught up to them in a way that they've really sort of not done a good job of listening to their fan bases and neglected a lot of their hardcore fans, their longtime fans. And on top of that, they started projects that nobody really asked for. You know, like why, you know, what on earth possessed them to start making the Hyenas game, which I wonder how much of that 100 million loss is because of Hyenas. But I mean, you know, the company had record profits the last 2 years. I think the last 2 years in a row they had record profits. So I mean, they should be able to absorb it, but I mean, $100 million, it's a lot of money, man. That is a lot of freaking money.
Glade Lord, at your service.
But yeah, it's definitely worrisome because, you know, I certainly don't want to see Total War disappear. But they've really, like I said, they've really got to reinvent the games. They got to come up with something a little bit new, a little bit fresh.
What is unthinkable?
But we'll see. We'll see. I mean,
Mage of the
hopefully Medieval 3 didn't get cancelled in that
Assyrian wills.
within the layoffs. That hopefully that project is still ongoing. Well, I guess, I mean, they haven't announced Medieval 3, but that's the speculation. That's what the next historical Total War is going to be. And I mean, I feel like they'd be crazy not to do Medieval 3 because, I mean, that's where they're going to make their money. Though it could be Three Kingdoms 2. That could be. Georgie says, some rumors suggest that Sega is trimming the fat and getting ready for a sale. Maybe Microsoft. Similar to how WWE fired half the roster before selling to UFC. LOL. Shoot. That could very well be as well. Shoot, that's crazy. WWE not only did WWE trim the roster before they sold it, but they also trimmed the roster after they merged. It just the roster just got trimmed again. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, like when a company gets to that size, I think it's important to probably, you know, trim the fat every once in a while. Otherwise, you get a little bit too big, a little bit too bloated, but you know, you start, you know, as companies grow, they start to sometimes start making positions that don't really have any particular function, or you start making, you know, people end up in jobs where, you know, they have to work really hard to justify that they've actually got a job. Alright, let's double check we are at war with everyone. I think we've moved all of our armies. Let's double check if we've got any agents to move still. God, oh man, I hope they don't sell the company to Microsoft. What the hell? Though that would be kind of interesting, though, I guess. Microsoft, I wonder what that would mean for the AI if, you know, like Microsoft took them over, if that would bring the potential for a more sophisticated AI with the Total War games, if they would bring on some programmers that could potentially upgrade the Total War AI. Would be interesting to see. I'm gonna have you come back around this way. We don't need 2 agents in that area. At least I don't think so. Georgie says Microsoft did the Age of Empire games justice. Okay. Maybe they'll do the same with Total War. Yeah, you know, it'd be interesting. It'd be really interesting. That'd be crazy, man. If wow. Sold CA. Though, like, okay, so what would that mean? Like, CA is owned by Sega, right? So would Microsoft be buying Sega? I know Microsoft was like, I heard rumors Microsoft was trying to buy some studio recently and got declined. I can't remember what studio it was. Lithanar, what the hell? got quite the army there. Shoot, Georgie, man. Like the there's a lot that's gone on in the old wrestling world since I last saw you. CM Punk fired from AEW. Oh, man, the most hilarious of situations. Oh, give me a break. Are you shitting me? Oh my gosh, so we got a couple of artillery pieces. Have to manually fight this though. I mean, we could back off, but I think we can manage this fight. Battle of Carrig ordered. Seconds. Is it just one dude down here? I wonder if we could take him out. There. Don't think, yeah, the dragons we can't. Bastard. Alright, you guys, stay put there. Dragons up. Over to the side. George says 2 weeks ago, some Microsoft emails leaked from 2020 where they were discussing buying Nintendo and Valve. LOL. Ah, that's what it was. Yeah, it was. Oh man, that would be the worst, man. If Microsoft bought Nintendo. I feel like that would ruin Nintendo's sort of, you know, their independence from the other gaming developers. Freaking Bill Gates, man, wants to own everything. Guys, hit those flame cannons. Breath attack right there. Thunders. I can't believe they made this attack. Ridiculous. There you guys, pull back. Guns, cannons. Keep on healing, boys. George says Microsoft is stram-rolling the gaming industry. Yeah, I don't know, like the consoles. Like I don't really pay too much attention anymore. But I mean, how much, you know, like, do people play? Like, are a lot of people playing consoles nowadays? Like, I don't know, like who's winning the console war? Like which you know, between Nintendo, PlayStation, and Xbox, who's playing the most, or which ones are being played the most? I know, like, I always used to be an Xbox guy. I mean, like, growing up, obviously Nintendo. Though I don't know, I was more a fan of Sega, I think. The Sega Genesis than the Super Nintendo, but I don't know, my parents got me the Super Nintendo, so that's what I went with. But yeah, like when PlayStation and Xbox were having their wars, I always preferred the Xbox. But I was always really like jealous, or like later on, like I was really jealous of the exclusives that PlayStation would get. Like it seemed like PlayStation would always get the better exclusive games. Jordy says, yeah, consoles are doing good. Interesting. I know my nephews have the what is it, the Switch for Nintendo, which is pretty cool. It's a nice little I can't believe, how is it, are these thunders how are these thunders unbreakable? Is this like a special unit? What the hell? It's weird. Let's do a little bit of healing here. Yeah, the Switch is pretty cool. I don't know. Nintendo, some of the Nintendo games, a lot of fun. Like Super Mario Kart, the Zelda games are always great. The Mario games are always a lot of fun. Aside from that, I don't really know a lot of what they have. But I know like PlayStation always freaking, like, not that I'm a big baseball guy, but every once in a while, get in the mood to play a good baseball game, and I always used to get so frustrated with the Xbox because PlayStation had the rights to MLB The Show, or has had the rights to MLB The Show, which is pretty much the only game in town in terms of baseball. But yeah, and that's another thing that annoys me presently, is that do really enjoy my sports games, and I'm happy that Madden and FIFA and Pro Evolution Soccer are available on PC once again, but for some reason EA will not release the goddamn hockey game, NHL hockey, for PC, which drives me nuts. That's the one sports game that I really want to play, but they won't do it. Georgie says the Switch has sold 100 plus million units. Holy sugar and spice. Yeah, see, this is why we didn't attack the army. We sucked them into this ambush. We get them back up to the garrison, and we also have them in ambush, so that's perfect. 100 million plus units? That's insane. How much is it a unit? How much does a Switch cost? I gotta look that up. Nintendo Switch. What is this? $400. That's Canadian dollars. $400. So what is that? 400 times 100 million. Is that like 40 billion? Is that right? Yeah, that sounds about right. 400 billion. Georgia says PlayStation used to have the old SmackDown games as exclusive too back in the day. Yeah, freaking PlayStation and the damn exclusives. They had that Spider-Man game as an exclusive as well. Kebab G at 96 says, wow, he's back. Good to see you streaming again, sirs. Kebab, what's going on, man? Good to see you too. Glad to see you over on DM Wyvern's channel here and there as well. Georgie says, I've never gotten into hockey that much, to be honest. Maybe I should give it a try. Ah, man, hockey. I freaking love hockey. Though, in all honesty, though, I much preferred the Sega's 2K hockey. over the EA hockey, but 2K, they stopped making hockey games. Because like the problem with hockey is that the market is really small for the hockey games. Like they sell really well in Canada, but I mean Canada's a tiny market, right? Like hockey is like, I don't know, like third or fourth fiddle in terms of sports in the US.
The forest has spoken.
George says it's not very popular here in my region in Europe. Yeah, it's there's only like, I mean, it's popular in Canada, it's popular in Russia, and then in the Scandinavian countries, and that's pretty much it. I mean, like, it has sort of like lukewarm popularity in the States. Like the States, they love their sports, and the hockey, you know, don't get me wrong, like the hockey fans in the States are really passionate in, well, maybe not all of the cities, but most of the cities where there are hockey fans are very passionate. Oh my god. Settlement garrison. God dang, mother fucking Skaven rat bastards. Alright, we're gonna have to fight this. But yeah, like hockey is not, I mean, the States, you've got the NFL football, you've got basketball, and now I think MLS, I think the soccer has actually passed hockey in terms of popularity. Oh, and okay, you got NFL. Actually, you know what? I think it's NFL, MLB baseball, then you've got basketball, and then like it's a toss up. I'm not sure whether hockey or soccer is the more popular. Jordan says small market, isn't hockey in the top 5 most popular sports in the US? Yeah, it is in the top 5 sports for the US. And I mean, like the professional hockey league does, you know, make quite a bit of money, does have quite a following, but in terms of like, it's totally dwarfed by the NFL, the NBA, and baseball. And then like soccer is soccer's in there somewhere as well. So coming in from there, how 2 minutes. What do we got there? We got some, like, call it catapults. This guy's a minute 23. We could deploy here. I wonder if we could. Can we deploy? Yeah, we can deploy you guys here. Okay, you guys need to get rid of the catapult right away. Don't know that we're gonna have enough ammunition here necessarily for this, but basically they're kind of funneling onto this area. If we could sort of keep them bottled in the corner here while they're funneling onto this field, we might have a chance. Fuck, I don't know. It's kind of risky. Minute 22. They do have some fast moving units as well. Why can't I? Okay, yeah, there. Another catapult in there. Storm vermin are gonna be a pain in the ass.
Eager and ready.
You know what? let's just hold back on this hill here. We could cut these guys. I mean, maybe it would not be a bad idea to cut them off. Because we do have... Okay. Position you guys right there.
I stand ready.
Do have a fire mage here, which could make all the difference in the world.
Missiles ready!
Ready for orders!
Alright. And position you guys over here too.
Battle ready.
Let's go for that.
Formation, march. Take the ground.
Might as well hit that. Drop that as well. Ooh, just gave us those storm going. Alright, back in the air, boys. Back in the air, back in the air, back in the air. Go, 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 go.
Ready for war. Ashley warrior. On your way.
Alright, let's bring you guys over here. See if you can isolate this guy.
For Heldenhammer. For Athellow. Ready to ride. By Ulrich. Let us go. We are Sigma's heirs.
You guys
Go.
come over here.
On way.
I'm gonna try and kill him.
The Empire.
And you just get in position, get ready for these reinforcements. See how this goes. Here's Storm Merman.
Ready to hunt. Hurry. With haste.
Alright, yeah, this should be okay there.
Lord of the Glade. With haste. To battle. Seething fire. Yes, quicker. I stand ready. Ever ready. Right. Children of Athellow.
Target him. Yeah, it's just position here.
Cavalry.
Watch you guys. Over here. So we can
At once. Elenil.
get to him.
Kindle flame. Move out.
Alright, let's say it's going pretty good so far.
Launch us Azrek. Quickly.
I'm gonna get you guys in a position to take out their artillery. Okay, yeah, go for the artillery. And yeah, let's drop it there and hope that it goes back into the all that. Breath attack there. Shit. Alright, you guys up on the hill now. Position there. Alright. A lot of rats here. Hopefully we can chip away at them as they make their way on the field here.
I am a pyromancer. Faster. At pace.
Damn it.
Ready to hunt.
Yeah, Chaos Warriors. Alright, good.
Change weapon.
Guys, just distract a bit.
Swiftly. Breathe them in flame.
Yeah, the thing I'm worried about is running out of ammunition. But we can always withdraw from the fight and then finish them off next turn. Yeah. How many kills you got so far? Yeah, not a lot. What are we dealing with here? Night Runners. Yeah. Oh, it's the edge of the map. Alright, you guys just come over here for now. Let's just stretch out a little bit more.
As you say.
Back up a bit.
We will obey. We are Sigma's heirs.
Night
Lord of the Deep
Runners.
Wood. Shove on.
No, don't go in there.
Ready to hunt.
At least for whatever reason, they're kind of distracted by these guys, so we're pulling some of them away.
Dauntless Asray. We understand.
Straight away. Deepwood archers. We are tireless. Way watchers.
So we can take out that Doom Wheel. Yeah, I don't know why. Alright, you guys come back around this way.
Now! Faster!
Child of Turtles. At once.
Yeah, the big question is whether or not we're gonna have enough ammunition. What are they doing now? For these Storm Vermin, Storm Vermin. Come on, drop it, drop it, drop it. Some Marauder Horsemen. Guys keep harassing them.
At pace. As you say.
It's weird, I don't know why they pulled off their attack. Just giving us an opportunity to chip away at them a bit more. But where are you guys fucking going? Get back here.
Quickly. Ready and eager.
Alright, kinda okay-ish. Shit. You guys pull over this way. What are they doing? You. Alright, you get in there.
Summon fire.
Swiftly! At pace!
At pace.
They will die!
Players.
Wildwood Rangers. With haste. Hurry.
Night Runners. We could chase the Night Runners down, but just leave it for now.
Kindle flame! No one to
That's probably not actually. Wait. Oh, they dodged it. Look at that.
Orders! Ever ready!
Way Watchers! We understand! Bowman, ready!
detachments move! Go! Riders of Athelloren!
Alright, I gotta go chase them down.
Bows of Athelloren!
Let's get back here.
For Eldragor!
No!
Come on, hurry up.
Ariel! For Eldragor!
Kill them!
Ready to hunt! Seething fire! Are you
Alright,
ready?
we need to get back in the air.
Ready and waiting!
We are tireless!
We're doing okay ammunition-wise. Still seem to have quite a bit of ammo.
We are tireless! Slay them! Ready to fire! By turn off! Understood!
Way Watchers!
Swiftly! Quickly!
Alright, you guys back up.
Ready for battle! Defenders
Alright,
of
you guys
Athelloren!
need to get back out front.
At speed!
Kebab says, are you trying to check out the new Total War at all? I have it. I have access to it right now, and the embargo has actually dropped, so I'm allowed to make content on it. I've played a few hours of it so far, like not a lot, maybe like 5 hours. It's been kind of lackluster.
Eager and ready!
No, I'm not supposed to really say anything about my impressions about the game, but since I'm not playing it right now, I don't think anyone's gonna notice. Kebab says, I'll be curious to see if they finally change direction a bit into a more realistic Total War. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of little things that I kind of like about the game, but it's still, you know, like, still has some issues, you know, like the maps are really small, and you know, which is always kind of frustrating. And I'm not crazy about the interface. The interface just feels very arcadey, but I don't know. I had a few things that I kind of critique about the game, but yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just not the direction that I'd like to see the series go in. That they're going in. Like, I would say it's Pharaoh is closer to Warhammer than it is to the traditional historical titles. I'll take the replenishment.
The forest has spoken.
But yeah, you know, another thing that I really don't like is that, like, rather than playing as an actual, like, faction or clan or nation, you're like essentially playing as a character. Like that, like from what I saw, like I don't think there's any family tree. Like there's like a political intrigue thing. I mean, if you want, Kebab, I can fire it up right now. We can just rummage around in it a little bit, and then come back to this. If you wanna take a little bit of a look at it, because I do have permission now to showcase a little bit of it. But yeah, you know, it's kind of weird that there's no family tree.
Proud son of Athaluran.
That you're just essentially playing as this character. Ah, fuck, we're gonna lose a unit. I don't want to lose a unit. And then Kotir says, what the hell are you doing up at this evil ass early hour? I didn't go to sleep last night. I couldn't sleep. My sleep schedule's been like all over the place, really wonky, and I just felt like I am awake. I haven't streamed for ages, so I might as well stream a little bit. Kebab says, hell yeah, let's hear that live critique. Well, I'm not allowed to like give like a review, but like I'm pretty sure like I can like critique the game, as in like, you know, some of the things that, you know, like I'll maybe like point out the direction that I kind of would like to see it go in. Alright, so we'll just spend a couple minutes. Oh man, 65,000 would be nice, but yeah, we need to heal up here. Alright, so alright, we'll load it up here. But yeah, we'll just take a couple minutes taking a look at it. I'll do like a proper stream of Pharaoh, either later on today or tomorrow. Kebab says that, Nathan. I thought the same. Never saw Reg streaming when I just woke up. Yeah. Anyway, guys, while this loads up, I'm just gonna run to the washroom. I'll be right back. Fakoma says dung video. Yes, the dung video. Nathan says, what the fuck is happening? Alright, yeah, so yeah, I'm 10 turns in to this campaign. We could go take a look. Maybe we'll go take a look at that campaign. I don't want to start a fresh campaign just because we'll do that either later today or tomorrow. Options. These are the graphics options. Controls, camera, RTS, debug. What's the debug camera? just leave it at that. Let's see. Interface, UI scale, unit banner scale. I think I want to drop that down. Alliance coloring. Continue button. Unit cards. So the unit cards, you can do the 3D unit cards or the 2D. I like the 2D ones. Like they give a little bit of a different flavor, but they all kind of they all kind of look the same. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, we'll just leave that as that for now. Kebab says, Afakoma, it's a reference to the classic versus modern Total War community. Yeah, so... Okay, I guess when you start a new campaign, I just want to see something here.
My greatness will eclipse all.
Battle difficulty. Okay, so campaign customization. This is what I wanted to show you guys. There's quite a bit of customization here. Starting budget. You can fudge with all. Like, I've got mixed feelings about this. Like, it's. I don't know. Like, you can kind of like. It gives you the option to like really muck around and change things around. However, like, I don't know. I have the kind of feeling about it, like, you know, when you go to a restaurant and you order a meal and then you're like, oh, I want to modify it. I want you to do this to it. I want you to do that. Like, the meal has been made in a way that, you know, the chef has prepared it in a certain way that it's, you know, that's how you're supposed to have it. Anyway, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there that you can change around. Anyway, let's just load up this campaign that I've got here, and we'll just go in and take a look around a little bit and then get back to Warhammer. Nathan says, but anyways, I finally am driving from my rodeo, but I had to play babysitter parent to two young drunk roosters who wanted to fight in front of all the drunk girls because they want some of that. Oh shit. That sounds pretty hectic. But yeah, you know, like, I like the art style, you know, obviously, you know, like the ancient Egypt vibe and stuff. Is not bad. But yeah, here's the campaign map. Yeah, like, I mean, honestly, like, it just feels kind of generic. I mean, you look at this is the city, like, these are the cities that there doesn't seem much to it. And take a look at this. I mean, one of the nice things, not that it was like a huge detail in Rome 2, but like Rome 2, you know, and I think going back to like Medieval 2 as well, and like maybe even like Rome 1, like when you built certain structures, and this was in Three Kingdoms, I mean, you really gotta look to notice it, but the buildings that you build in the list here would show up in the settlement. Like, there would be different building types for each of those, which I think is a really nice touch. And this just seems a little, I don't know, I mean, seems a little missing. Kebab says, CA is a chef that often forgets the salt, though. Yeah, that's a good point. But Goma says, art for Pharaoh is good quality. Yeah, the art is nice. The art is nice, but yeah, like, the campaign map, it just seems like, I don't know. I mean, like, I know it's like ancient world cities, so like the cities, I guess, are not going to be as elaborate as later on in history, but I think like the Bronze Age cities, I think, I think we're not really doing them justice here with this. Like, I mean, I don't know. Just seems these yeah. And so this faction, I think this is another Egyptian faction here. Same, just same basic building type. I mean, like, you don't get that in Warhammer either. Like, Warhammer doesn't have, like, you can't see the actual different building types and stuff that you build within the city, but at least with Warhammer you've got so many varied factions. Each faction has like its sort of own style for buildings. I mean, I know this is only a cosmetic thing, but in terms of like drawing you into the game, like pulling you in, I think it makes a big difference. And I wish, you know, like I would love to see them bring back from Rome 1 like the ability to actually like look into the city. I mean, obviously, like, I love the resource system. I love the fact that you have all of these different resources. This is a really nice addition. But I'm not crazy about like this, you know, like having like a bar here for this stuff for workforce. Like, rather than population, we've got workforce, which is this sort of like weird sort of number or whatever. Nathan says, Ursu is me, big bearded bad boy bully. Kebab says, I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of burned out on the same game design over and over. Like, the cities always have 4 to 6 slots, and the units always have the same odd stat base. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about earlier before you came into the stream. Like, we were talking about
Get away! I'm sleeping.
Georgie and I were talking about the layoffs that CA had. And, you know, I was just saying that, you know, like, the CA really needs to get back to the roots and start being a little bit more creative and just reinvent the Total War games. Like, you know, keep the same basic or the same fundamental formula, but, like, they really need to change things up. And, you know, one of the things I love about Warhammer is, and I would like to see it developed further in historical Total Wars, but like the corruption system and the climate system, I think like they really nailed it with those two systems in Warhammer. How the map itself changes as corruption spreads across the map, and I think one of the things that could be really awesome in Total War is if, you know, things like forests, you know, where's a settlement where we've got the resource for wood. I can't even tell which. This is food. Oh my gosh. I don't even think we have a settlement with wood. Bronze. Do we even have a settlement with wood? I don't think we do. Alright, well, anyway, what I was trying to get at was resources on the map. If you build the building to collect wood and you're harvesting wood, I would love to see the forest actually diminished. And then if you destroy the building and you don't harvest the wood, then have the forest grow. Like have the map, like make the map alive. You know, like I think that's something that could be really interesting, like, or could have a lot of potential, you know, if it was, you know, fleshed out really well. Kebab says, I wish they just wish they kept experimenting, but Goma says, where's it not stat based? ? Yeah, and so another thing that I'd really like to see, so this is kind of interesting where they've added these outposts, and so these outposts, you can build various structures in them to get like different bonuses and stuff, which is interesting and everything. But what I really want to see is, like, you know, this is kind of like, I don't know, I mean, I appreciate this being added to the game, but I don't like the fact that these are added to areas, you know, automatically by the developers. Like, what I'd really like to see is the ability to actually build these types of structures on our own. you know, the ability to actually build roads on the campaign map. Like what I, you know, essentially what I'm advocating for is I'd love to see engineering on the campaign map. And I mean, I've been saying this for a while for Total War, that yeah, I just think it would add a new dimension to the game, rather than having like these roads automatically put in. Allow the player to actually lay down their own roads. I think that would be, you know, really interesting, and, you know, give us the ability to build our own outposts and place them sort of strategic, like have them have strategic value around the map. Whereas like these outposts, you know, they do provide different bonuses and whatnot. However, you know, it doesn't really matter where they're placed. Like they're, you know, they have value in the sense that they increase, you know, they grant different bonuses or whatever, but, you know, it's just sort of like a generic, doesn't really matter where they're placed. You know, they just provide a bonus region-wide kind of thing or whatever. Kebab says, Epicoma, well, in older Total Wars, there were still stats, but they were a lot more simple and fights were more mechanical. Modern Total Wars are all about +3 melee attack difference. Koma says, Ragnarok, you are talking about Age of Wonders now. Perhaps. But yeah, I mean, like it, you know, doesn't have to necessarily be things that are, you know, super complicated, because you want to have a nice balance between battles and campaign, you know, campaign mechanics. But I would really love to see more, you know, more engagement with the campaign map rather than this sort of static campaign map where it really feels like you have, you know, like for example, like all of the buildings in here, it should be reflected not only on the campaign map but also on the actual battle map. Like where you build these regions, I don't know, I mean, it's, yeah, like there seems like there's, to me it feels like there's a disconnect between the campaign map and the battle maps, right? Like, you know, like especially in Warhammer, where in Warhammer you go into the battle map, like you have a battle map that like matches the region type, but it doesn't actually necessarily match the terrain, like the actual, you know, like it's not a good reflection of the actual terrain. And it would be nice to be able to build things on the campaign map that when you went into the battle map, then all of a sudden those are reflected on the battle map. You know, like the campaign map and the battle map should essentially be the same map. Like when you zoom into the battles, you should be zooming into the battle map, and you know where you've placed your outposts, you know, should, you know, have certain strategic advantages, you know, in the battles, right? Or even, you know, if you want to take it a step further and, you know, give us the actual ability to design our cities and place buildings in specific areas of the cities, then you've got like another strategic dimension that you can, you know, I mean, I'm just kind of like brainstorming here a little bit. Like I love the Total War games, I love the formula, but I think, you know, things have gotten a little bit stale, and it's just kind of like rinse and repeat and just kind of recycling old mechanics and old things and things like that. Let's load but yeah, that's the campaign map. I guess there's some more stuff that I could show you guys there. Shoot, I wanted to get into, I wanted to show a battle though. Replay. Let's see what the autosave is. Kebab says, yeah, dude, we actually had something like that with the road upgrades and forts and towers back in Rome Run. Yeah, exactly. Vekoma says, wait a bit, current corruption changes the maps. And Kebab says, amen. And Vekoma says it's more about a city simulator, but if you combine Total War and City Simulator. Kebab says, Ragnarok for president of the Total War community. Vekoma says, it will be around 200 gigs of data with H current systems. Yeah, so here we're fighting in, the weather is a sandstorm. So... actually, we'll fast forward, which is a nice aspect of the game that they added sort of these weather conditions. It would be, you know, I'd like to see it develop further, where like you can actually see storms on the map, and then you know, like the storms, you know, if there's a storm nearby, it sort of affects things. But one of the things I was a little bit disappointed with is the unit. So I'm playing here on extreme unit size, and the units only have does it say here? Actually, let's slow it back down because we're framing. Yeah, so on extreme unit size, it's only 180. Like the standard unit is only 180, whereas like Bowman is only 135. So I don't know, that seems kind of light for extreme unit scale. But at the same time, like the maps are fairly small, which is, you know, again, you know, one of my criticisms. But you know, one of the things with this game though is that like you really can't tell the armies apart, like the units apart. Like the units all kind of look the same. Like we zoom in on these guys. I mean, these guys are with clubs or whatever, but like, yeah, there's not a whole lot of difference. Kebab says at Vekoma, well, it doesn't have to be city skylines. More simplified city with a bunch of different variables works too. Vekoma says at Ragnarok. And now, tell me how many Skaven slaves your game can support. And Kebab says at Vekoma, like back in Rome 1, you can look at the actual cities and see the buildings change as you upgraded them. Let's fast forward a bit through this. But yeah, this was... Koma says, also at Kebab, I believe some modders have done it. But yeah, one of the cool features with Rome 1 was you could actually zoom into the city, and you could like preview what the cities look like, which I think was a nice feature. But yeah. But you know, just take that a little bit further, and you know, allow us to like, you know, have like a modicum of options for actual city building, like where things are placed, how the city's laid out, you know, or even just like on the map, like where you want to place the city, rather than just having like all of these cookie cutter cities.
Aim and release.
Yeah, another thing, I hate how in the new Total Wars you have like all these stats bars and everything on top of the units and stuff. Just kind of like, it makes it feel kind of arcadey to me. Bob says that Vekoma for modern Total War, that would be dope. Tim says, Bob says, I love the population mechanic and population mechanic to Warhammer 2, even if it had its flaws. Yeah, I mean, population just adds a dimension to the games that you really don't like. You really don't get with these other sort of like mechanics, you know, like in this where you're using like a workforce. Like it doesn't give the same impact as population does. Co-op says, just seeing your cities have a population, how much and population mechanics, how much impact does that have? And Vekoma says, well, population just adds a dimension to the games that you really don't like with these other sort of like mechanics, you know, like in this where you're using like a workforce. Like it doesn't give the same impact as population does. Co-op says, just seeing your cities have a population, how much and how much and what ethnicity it adds to the life of the map. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, that's the thing. Like, it adds a totally different dimension. And then, I mean, if you go back to games like Medieval 2, where population, like, drastically impacts your economy, right? Like, the bigger your population, the more you get out of your economic buildings and stuff. This is like, with the arrows, this is like a thing with the modern Total Wars where, like, some of the arrows just kind of like disappear. They don't necessarily hit off the shields or whatever, but
Stand firm!
But yeah, these unit models don't seem to have a whole lot of variety. It just seems like there's like one or two. You know, like the older Total Wars, some of them anyway, used to have, like, you know, fairly unique, like there was a little bit of variety in the unit models and how they look. So the storm stopped.
Take this place by storm!
But yeah, I mean, I know it's ancient Egypt, but like, I'm sure they could have dressed these units up a little bit better. Like, our army looks exactly like their army. And these guys look a little bit different, but there's not a whole lot of difference. Koma says, I've seen something like city progression in Warhammer 2. What do you mean by city progression? Anyway, yeah, this is, I wanted to get in, let's into a little bit of the melee here. But yeah, just trying to chip away at them as I sort of make my way in here. Got these guys coming in. Oh, I see. Bukoma says it was a mod. Yeah, you know, like, I mean, you gotta give it to the modding community. They do a really great job.
These signs seem familiar.
They really add some stuff to the games. But I mean, you know, the games themselves, there's no reason why the games themselves shouldn't have more depth of complexity. Some of those arrows are just bouncing off of them. These guys are literally not wearing any armor. And like the arrows, some of the arrows are just bouncing off of them. This guy stuck in that guy. Look at that. Stuck in that guy, he's still standing there. This is kind of the weird thing with like the, you know, when they introduced like the hit point pool for the game. You know, like, something like that should probably... What are they throwing at them? Boomerangs? Maybe those from machetes. Koma says, if only 10 to 20 people are working on game, what are you talking about? I don't know what you mean, Bukoma.
Run, brothers, run!
But yeah, down here, our units are clashing, and it's just like... That's another thing too, the sound just seems kind of a little bit lackluster, but like... How the hell do you tell who's who? Kebab says, ancient Egypts were just manly men. Today's men can't even take an arrow in the chest.
No! It cannot be!
But yeah, another weird thing, like, you know, Voland was pointing this out with, like, modern Total Wars, is how, like, when you move a unit, like, every single one of the unit models, like, moves in unison. Like, it's like a, like, almost like a flock of birds or whatever, like a flock of starlings or something. Whereas, like, you look at, like, a game like Shogun 2, and you move the units, there's like a little bit of a delay, and then like the unit models, it's sort of like it's staggered, like it looks so much more realistic. Whereas this, it's like everybody moves, you know, kind of like all at the same time. Like there's not really like a lot of staggeredness to it. But anyway. But yeah, here it's like, what is happening? Who is on who? Like, couldn't have they at least painted the shields? You know, why not have the shields painted the same color as our banners or something, or at least a little bit to that color? Like, both sides look exactly the same. And yeah, zooming in here, not, you know, the sound kind of mediocre. Bob says, you know, the sounds are kind of dope. It all sounds like intense and sharp. I don't know, like it's, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It just, to me, it feels a little not as impactful as I'd like it to be. Almost says, you like scissors. Yeah. Kebab says, but not knowing what's going on in a battle is highly realistic. This is true. This is true. I would like to see a little bit more differentiation between the units. Because, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but if we take the HUD off, like, you have no idea who's fighting on whose side. Which units are which, like the units all look kind of the same. But I get what you're saying, you know, that sort of fog of war. You don't, can't really tell who's fighting with who, but, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, let's go back into the campaign, and I'll show you guys a little bit more. Let's quit the replay. But yeah, just... We'll play a bit of this tomorrow. We'll get more into it. But there were a few things that I forgot to show you guys. So we'll just load this up quick, and then we'll get back to Warhammer 3. But yeah, I mean, the art style, this stuff all looks, you know, looks really great. Goma says, I think faction colors will be paid DLC. Oh my god, I hope not. But yeah, yeah, so we've got this stuff, victory objectives, royal decrees. This is the tech tree. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. I mean, it's, you know, pretty standard. It's just sort of like they changed the layouts and everything for all the research. So I mean, there's nothing groundbreaking here, and it's just, you know, basic percentage bonuses mostly. So nothing too crazy there. Royal decrees, diplomacy, pretty much the same as Troy. I don't think there's a whole lot different here. Yeah, I think and then we've got local deities. So right now, from the deities you have discovered, you can choose up to 3 to worship. Worship deities grant access to their shrines and temples, and also your armies can pray and devote themselves to them. So yeah, nice touch. I would like to see, it would have been nice if the religious aspect impacted the population more, You know, like if there was actual, we had like an actual population mechanic where like the religion is like broken into different categories and stuff, and just a little bit more in-depth system would have been nice. But I mean, this is interesting. I mean, it's, you know, got a little bit of potential. So I haven't gotten to this part yet. Royal tradition selection and power of the crown becomes available after a few turns have passed. An ancient legacy. Select a mechanic to walk in the footsteps of the past great ruler. So I don't know what these two are yet, but we do have a court.
I am the soul of Ra.
Which is,
And this is the
I haven't really
heart of
gotten into
all
too
Egypt.
depth here, but here's our character here, and each turn I'm able to do court actions, and so I'm threatening someone. Yeah, I'm threatening the vizier, so I'm threatening this guy, and I'm discrediting the first commander. I'm discrediting this guy, and then I'm also blackmailing him. So I'm blackmailing and threatening this guy. And so I guess the point of all this is to gain, I think, influence. What is this? Or yeah, to gain legitimacy and knock these guys out of, you know, various positions, and then you can take their positions. So I don't know. I mean, this has some potential. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure exactly how it all works, but yeah, My Leonoy says Orion really neglected to water his big tree. Yeah, exactly. Well, let's get back to Warhammer 3. But yeah, we'll play a little bit of this tomorrow, or maybe later today if I'm feeling up to it. But that's this is Total War Troy, or Total War Pharaoh. But yeah, this is another thing that it's like, does the map have to be so dense with territories? That's the thing. Like, do we need so many cities in a Total War game? You know, I feel like they could make a better game with more intricate, with like less cities that are more intricate and more impactful, and then give us the ability to like actually build on the map. I think that would be really awesome. Mildly annoyed says blackmail and threatening. That does sound like ass-ray politics. All right. All right, let's give me a second, guys, and I will load back up Warhammer 3. Mildly annoyed, how are you, brother? I've been occasionally lurking on your videos here and there, or on your streams now and again. Kebab says, yeah, no, you'd think they'd at least paint the shields. Would be nice, right? Would be nice. So I don't know. I'm kind of very lukewarm about Pharaoh, and I think the general consensus of the community is not, you know, not looking forward to it so much. Kebab says, you think CA ever plays their own games? Like, they see all the 1,000 buttons and sliders and be like, yeah, that's the good stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I think Voland on one of his videos said something like, they're like, it's like an interface simulator or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what he said. But yeah, it's just, you know, a series of different panels and interfaces and stuff, and it's like, what the hell? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, in general, what I want to see is, you know, more of a connection between the campaign map and the battle map. I want to see bigger battle maps. I want to see bigger battles. Things of that nature. Mildly annoyed says, nice, thank you, I'm fine. I'm taking a vacation from Warhammer at the moment. It's helpful right now. I'm more than mildly annoyed with Starfield. How are you doing? I'm good. How are you liking Starfield? My good friend, Mr. DM Wyvern, or Wyvern. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that, but anyway, he's been addicted to Starfield. Like he's been playing quite a bit of it, really enjoying it. But yeah, which is crazy because he was
How can I assist you?
he was really big into Baldur's Gate 3,
Lord
and then
of
as soon as Starfield
Lord,
came
at
out,
your service.
he's been playing that non-stop. All right, so we got to replace a unit here. Let's just go with one of these guys. Because it's only going to take one turn. He's the quickest one we can get. Yeah, he's probably the best unit that we can get for just one turn. Kebab says, press button, flashy effect, plus 3 melee defense. Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, like that's, you know, God, you know, like nobody expresses
Proud son of Athelloren.
the problems with modern Total War better than Voland. Like, you know, like, you know, and I mean, again, going back to Shogun 2, you had actual formations and, you know, abilities that would take time for the unit to get into place, and would actually, you know, have a mechanical function, right? Like it was, you know, based on physics, based on mechanics and stuff. And, you know, whereas like now in the newer Total Wars, you just, you know, just hit a button and, you know, suddenly you get this, like, this bonus. Whereas like, you know, in Shogun 2, you had to be, you know, to get the advantage of Yari Wall, your unit had to actually get into Yari Wall, and like the units had to attack you from, like, if you attack them from behind, it wouldn't matter that you're in Yari Wall, right? Whereas like, you know, some of the bonuses and abilities that you get in the modern Total War games, you just drop the, you know, ability or bonus, and then it just gives you like a blanket bonus or whatever. Mildly Annoyed says, it's fun for 50 hours, then it gets super flat and obnoxious. It does not get better the longer you play. Yeah, you know what, I don't know, like the game kind of, like, I was kind of interested by it, but it looked kind of dull to me. I was just, you know, I don't know, a little bit lifeless. I think Bethesda is another company that really needs to get back to their roots and you know, get the creative juices flowing, because, you know, just, I don't know, the temptation is, you know, I think in the gaming industry is, you know, and I mean, I guess this probably translates into like a lot of other industries as well. Like when you get like a recipe for something that people really enjoy, you tend to, you know, keep replicating it, right? I mean, you see it in the movie industry too, where like there's like a certain, you know, certain formula that works really well for particular movies, and then all of a sudden, like, all the movies that, you know, a studio makes, you know, tries to emulate the same formula, but after a while it just, you know, gets really old. The formula doesn't necessarily work anymore. And I think Bethesda is a company that has had, you know, really great recipes for games, but is kind of gotten to the point where, you know, they have to, you know, create new recipes, or, you know, get a little bit more creative with their games. The next Elder Scrolls game is going to be really really telling for them. Yeah, I think we can auto resolve this. Mildly Annoyed says, with newer Total Wars, I miss population counters in cities and recruiting units, reducing those. Yeah, I don't understand why you would ever get rid of something like that. Like, that seems like a pretty fundamental core mechanic that you should have in a game that's supposed to be a war simulator. I think, yeah, I don't know why you would ever get rid of that. Kebab says, Rag, can we talk about that global recruitment for a moment?
I acquiesce to your request.
What's wrong with global recruitment?
What do you mean?
I mean, it's certainly convenient, the global recruitment, but...
Highborn,
Kebab says that mildly annoyed, so it's no Skyrim in space. And Kebab says, yeah, it's like the classic show don't tell. Classic Total War showed you what happened, and the modern wars tell you. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Like, it's... I don't know. It's really sad to see the direction that it's gone. Like, you know, even just like little things like, you know, like the ladders for climbing the walls in this, you know, during sieges. That the, you know, just you have these pocket ladders that just pop out over nowhere. Like the units don't have to carry them. Or, you know, the siege towers where there's not even like an animation to push the siege towers and things like that. It's, you know, everything should be grounded in realism, right? Like the objective should be to make everything look and function as realistically as possible. And, you know, the way that the weapons work and the way that units work with formations and stuff like that, it's not always necessarily the case. Mildly Annoyed says that Kebab, I have 500 hours in every Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Skyrim, and Starfield. Makes me appreciate those games more. I'm at 200 hours in Starfield, and I'm just trying to break the game now out of spite. Mildly Annoyed says, well said, Ragnarok Total War, but I would even go further and say both Bethesda and CA don't repeat the same game. They reduce features and strip things that were actually fun and engaging. Yeah, that's the bizarre thing. That's the really bizarre thing. You know, like, and, you know, this is another thing that Volan brings up a lot, is that they'll strip features away and then add them in and, like, reintroduce them and as if they're, like, new features. And I mean, this is something it's weird. It's kind of typical of the gaming industry. You see it like with Electronic Arts, and you know, probably the most blatant example would be Madden, the football game, where Madden every year they're just basically doing a roster update. They're just basically recycling the game, but they've stripped away a lot of the mechanics, a lot of the old mechanics, and then, you know, a couple years down the road, they'll slowly reintroduce them and be like, oh, look what we're, you know, this all new mechanic, and it's like, that was in the game like 10 years ago. Mildly Annoyed says, oh, real people have large sticks up their arses, and fantasy Warhammer infantry has ladders up their arses. True enough. True enough. But yeah, I mean, like, that was one of the cool things about Shogun 2, whereas, like, I mean, you could climb the walls with the grappling hooks, but the units, it would come at a cost. The units would, there would be a chance that the units could fall down, right, and die from climbing the walls. So I mean, you know, you're given this, you know, convenience, but the convenience comes at a cost. Kebab says that mildly annoyed. That sounds perfectly lore compatible for every Order faction.
Proud son of Athalloran.
At your service.
I get rid of this army. Alright, yeah, I think probably best we'll bring you, we'll drop you in there, and then if we take Talakwa, then this guy is kind of caught in the open here, and we can cut him off.
You called?
A little lag going on here.
Lady of the Glade.
Mildly Annoyed says, I would say especially elves, but I might make myself very unpopular here. It's all good. I don't, Yeah, I'll play just about, well, I don't know. I don't want to say I'll play just about any faction, but I have come to really really enjoy playing as the Wood Elves. I think they're a very underrated faction. This campaign has been a ton of fun. Got a couple armies running loose over here. Scoop that up. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be really interesting to see what the direction of Total War is gonna be, because I mean, CA's business model, it seems like it's, you know, they're hell-bent on churning out at least one game every year. And it's kind of come to their detriment because, you know, like they're, you know, worked really well for the Warhammer games, even though the Warhammer games obviously weren't out every single year, but like the games that came in between Warhammer did not work so well. I mean, since Warhammer came out, what did we get? We got Thrones of Britannia, which didn't do super well. Three Kingdoms sold really well in China, but I don't think it's you know, it's a game that's not really like, it doesn't have a big community playing it anymore. So we had Thrones of Britannia, Three Kingdoms, Total War Troy. Like, I don't think anybody is playing Total War Troy. And then now we're gonna get Total War Pharaoh, and all of those with the exception of 3K, I don't think they really did all that well. Kebab says, you know, I'm getting really tempted now to boot up Medieval 2. Oh, you know, I've never really played Medieval 2. I reference it occasionally, but I've you know, I know a little bit of it, just, you know, basically from watching
Your request is reasonable.
watching videos of Legend play it. Should we finish off these gates now, since we're over here? The thing is, these gates are they can't recruit from them, and it's giving us an additional enemy, which because of Orion's trait here, each faction we're at war with, it reduces our upkeep costs. So our upkeep costs would go up quite a bit, but I mean, we've got this army over here. We could start getting rid of them now.
What do you need?
I don't know.
By all means.
Mildly Annoyed says, isn't that weird? The newer games just make one nostalgic for the older games from the business. It is weird, man. It is really bad. Like, I don't know, man. Like, how is it that the, you know, that the games have gone backwards in terms of depth and complexity? Kebab says, that mildly annoyed. No, that makes perfect sense. And the Dark Elves trying to get that ladder out explains the rivalry they have going on. Annoyed says, nodding in silent approval. Which game companies actually manage to publish good games every year? Well, that's the thing. Like, why, you know, like, I feel like they should, you know, aside from, like, you know, going back to the roots and being a little bit more creative with their games, maybe, you know, rethink their business approach. Like, what's, you know, is it really necessary for them to release a game every single year? Like, you know, is it helping their brand or is it hurting their brand? You know, because, you know, some of those games that I listed off, I don't think necessarily you know, help things out. Vekoma says, every year nobody. And Vekoma says, Baldur's Gate 3 very long in develop. Warframe same. Warframe was this one game that was very long time in beta. Yeah, you know, like, that's the thing. Like,
Yes,
if
blessed
you
is
want
this action,
a really
guardian of the deep
quality game, and I think that's, you know, goes for, you know, most things, like, you know,
It will be done.
if you want, you know, aside from, like, you know, getting going back to the roots and being a little bit more creative with their games, maybe, you know, good things take time. You know. But I mean, that's, you know, sort of the corporate mentality is like, okay, like let's continue to use the same, you know, foundation. We'll recycle mechanics, we'll recycle, you know, we'll do reskins of units and everything, and, you know, have everything built on the same engine, and you know, that way we can pump out a game every year. And it just, you know, after a while people get tired of that. Mildly Noise says thanks, that's my point. Says us a AAA publish US AAA publishers just want to love your older games. Here, have re-release 1823 of Skyrim, please buy. Kebab says, I think at this point the CA leadership is just some suits that really have no idea how this wacky campaign battle simulator thing got popular in the first place. Yeah, I'd be interested to know how, like, if there's anyone from like the original games left. But you know what, like, the thing is, like, I'm gonna have to start playing some of the different games that are in the genre, that are kind of like moving the genre forward, like games like the Ultimate General and Ultimate Admiral series. Those are actually published by the guy that did the Darth mod for
Proud son of
what do we call it?
Highborn.
Empire Total War. Yeah, the guy that did Darth mod is part of the development team. I think he's like the lead developer for Ultimate General and Ultimate Admiral, which those games actually, those games look really good. They look like a lot of fun. And then we've got, I'm really excited for when it comes out, Manor Lords. It's not the same scale as Total War, but, you know, smallish size battles, and I'm really excited for the fact that you get to build your cities and stuff. So I'm excited to try that out. So there's a couple games. There's actually aspects of the game that we were playing on the secondary channel, War Tales. There's aspects of War Tales that I would actually like to see added to Total War, which I think would be kind of interesting, like the camp mechanic, and like having like supplies and stuff like that for the armies. I think would be an interesting.
It is agreed.
Would be kind of interesting for Total War. Coma says, I think heads of CA know about games. Don't know about games, just their prices. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. Mildly Annoyed says, I always find myself falling into CEO suits dumb trap, but if they want to make money, they should have experts that should be aware of the consumer market more. CEOs should be good at making money. Kebab says, you know, it's literally the same story with World of Warcraft, like just sheer amnesia to what made the game good in the first place. Yeah, which is really sad, man, to see that happen to games. Badly Annoyed says, so maybe the masses of consumers just want shallow games with less and less mechanics. Oh, War Tales, nice. Yeah, War Tales, solid little game. Solid little game. Says, Mildly Annoyed says, I want to stream that in the near future. Certainly not a perfect game, but they definitely had a nice little concept, and did a good job putting it together. Actually looking forward to getting back into that game when I have a little bit of spare time, and
My journey begins.
looking forward to seeing the updates for the game as well. Kebab says at Mildly Annoyed, yeah, but that's the thing. These experts do research on the topic, but that doesn't compensate for actually playing and loving the game. Yeah, I mean, most likely, like, you know, the heads of these companies are good at managing, you know, money and finances and things like that. Or, you know, you have like people in marketing departments that have, you know,
I acquiesce to your
specialized knowledge into how to, you know, sell things or whatever. But
Anything is
it
possible.
doesn't, what have we got up here, actually?
Even the Lawmaster could not.
The forest has spoken.
Dang it.
Glade Lord, at your service. I go there.
Just a little bit out of range there.
Lowex Fury.
Dang it, I should have set that up better so that we
Proud
had
daughter
the
of
reinforcements
Athelon.
there. My mind's kind of wandering a bit. Yeah, can't quite get over there. I really don't want to have to.
Last dance.
Yeah, I don't want to have to manually resolve that. Can you get there on force march? Cannot. Alright, we'll just send you. We'll move you. Actually, gonna move you there, and then you can support it. We'll take that. We'll take Hag Grief next
Bring the
turn.
blight.
I wonder how much movement you have. If you have enough movement to come down here to this. Circle it up destruction. Mildly Annoyed says, Wartales has so many ideas and it tries to implement them. Sometimes, almost often, they fail, but at least they try. And it's the best food crafting / cooking I've seen in a long while. Yeah, 100%. Like, the food crafting system is really nice. The mining, or not the mining, the like the camp. Like I like the, you know, the concept of the camp and the, you know, the different structures that you can build in that. I think that would have
Ever vigilant.
a lot of potential in a
The forest wills it.
for a Total War game
For clan honor.
in some extent, especially when you're talking
That
about
is an
like
agreement.
ancient warfare. You know, you think of like the Roman army and how the Roman army moved and built camps and things like that. Like, I think that would be a really interesting aspect to the game that could be developed for Total War. Kebab says, like, they hire a marketing intern and they go like, oh, so these people like historical battles. Let's go with pharaohs this time. That's historical. Kebab says, Wartales is such a wholesome game. Really miss watching it. Yeah, we'll get back into it. I've been, oh man, I haven't, you know what, like, I've been so,
Your orders are acceptable.
I don't know, I've been so distracted with IRL sort of stuff that I haven't even looked on the channel to see what's going on. Like, usually I'm pretty good with responding to comments and things like that, but there's probably like a bunch of backed up comments that I haven't gotten to. But yeah, hopefully soon I'll get back to a little bit of War Tales. Mildly Annoyed says, I think it's more amenable, a viable product, and designed by committee for those higher ups. I hate designed by committee, man. That's always, you know, God, always a bad idea. I think like you need like a clear vision, and you know, like, I mean, it's good to take like input and things like that, and like have a good, you know, discussion about how things are going to work, but you've got to have a clear vision of what you're looking for. Just do that. Mildly Annoyed says, have you tried Wartales co-op? I haven't, but we'll be open for it. I was doing, like, that's how I got introduced to the game. A friend of mine, DM Wyvern, who does his own channel over here on YouTube, he introduced the game to me and we started a co-op campaign. Unfortunately, like, we ended up abandoning the co-op for a Solasta campaign, and then and now we're playing a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3. But I thought, yeah, like, I thought the co-op wasn't bad. It's good in a way because, like, there's so much in War Tales, there's so much like micromanagement and stuff, like, especially when you're in the camp, that it's kind of nice that you have, you know, people assigned to different tasks, so you can kind of, you know, deal with the micromanagement and stuff a little bit in that way. But I wouldn't say like I would say that probably Solasta and Baldur's Gate 3 are probably like a little bit better for co-op. Mildly Annoyed says, which Total War had a clear vision? Which Bethesda game had a clear... Yeah. True enough.
Can I offer
True
assistance?
enough. Alright. We're going to attack the Black Tower. Just wondering which army we should send first. I guess we'll send this army
Lord of the
first.
Glade.
Goma says, some stupid idea, but imagine Total Warfare about using SG-1 series as base for the story. Yeah, you know what? That's an interesting thing, too. Like, one of the things that kind of got
Lady of the
sort of
Glade.
like forgotten about or just overshadowed was in Troy Mythos. They had like a cool little you could go on like a wild hunt, and like this is like that's the way you could like unlock like there were 3 legendary beasts. Like I think the one was a griffin, the other one was a hydra, and the other one was Cerberus, I think.
Destroy them.
And you got to choose which one of the legendary beasts you wanted to go on the hunt for, and then on top of that, like you got to choose your expedition to go out there. And then you would get dilemmas. Every couple of turns, you would get like a different dilemma. And then based on the dilemmas, you know, when the final battle came, it would, you know, change the dynamic of the final battle. Kind of introducing like a little bit of a story type scenario to the game, which I thought was really good. You know, I really enjoyed it. And honestly, I thought that was... I mean, when we're talking about, what is it? I thought that was a missed opportunity for going back to, what is the Total War that was in Britain? God, I was just talking about it just a little while ago. Oh my god, I can't even think of the name of it. I gotta look it up on my Steam. Games library. What the hell is the name of the game? Thrones of Britannia. Thrones of Britannia. I thought that was like a real missed opportunity for Thrones of Britannia. If they would have taken as a template either like the Vikings TV show or the Last Kingdom TV show, taken inspiration from the two of those and, you know, crafted like a little bit of a story, or at least like some kind of narrative around the game, I thought it could have been really great. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of missed opportunities with Thrones of Britannia. But yeah, Vekoma, back to your SG-1 series for the story. That would be kind of interesting, man. And I mean, SG-1 would be kind of wild for Total War as well. Like, I mean,
Going forth.
kind of interesting. A little bit of sci-fi. Kebab says that Vekoma, that's brilliant, my guy. Mildly Annoyed says, I was more hoping you mix it Warhammer and Nakara before they turned bony and bitter. Standalone campaign. And Vekoma says, for Troy, yes, I think they can apply Troy in a ton of things for Empire rework. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's so much potential for the Total War games. What could be done? It's, you know, it's weird why they would want to get stuck in this sort of like, in like a cookie cutter type, you know, situation where you just sort of like churning out recycled mechanics, recycled gameplay for a lot of these games.
Not likely.
Kebab says, watching Vikings also made me hope for a total war in that setting, though it didn't help that their armor was not very historically accurate. Yeah, I mean, like, what, you know... How often do we get historical accuracy in, you know, TV shows or movies or whatever? Kebab says, still, the armor design in that show was amazing. Such a great show, man. Both The Last Kingdom and Vikings were really well done, really well put together. But, you know, historical accuracy is not necessarily there. Bokoma says, if you focus fully on Vikings, it would be strange, but if we go Ragnarok, now we are talking. Ragnarok would be nuts, man. Would be crazy. Got a couple armies here. I'm just wondering if I actually moved these guys last turn. Alright, let's... Okay, yeah, you can say go this dude. You know, another thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see Total War go back to the old style of recruitment and army management where you don't have to have an actual general commanding troops, that you can just recruit units, because that will give you so much more strategic flexibility. There'd be so many different things that you could do with your forces. In terms of where you garrison troops, where you move troops and everything. It just... But, you know, I don't know. I mean, it goes back to them... I think, you know, the main reason why we have the ball and chain generals now is probably because it's easier for the AI to manage. Would be my guess. Guess go Wings of the Forest.
Guardian of the Deep.
Take a look down here. But yeah, one of the things I really wanted to see in
Orders understood.
Thrones of Britannia was ships and shipbuilding. And, you know, like, what I would have loved to have seen is, like, you know, for example, you know, I build my ships here, and then we populate the ships with armies, and then, you know, sail around somewhere or wherever, and then make landfall, and then you can move the armies out. But the ships could be attacked while they're at land or whatever. They could be burnt or whatever. Like, I don't know. I think there's a real missed opportunity, you know, and especially with England, you know, the river warfare and things like that. I think it would have been a really interesting dynamic if it was a mechanic that was implemented well.
Lady of the Glade, at your service.
Mildly Annoyed says, but the generals was introduced to remove the bug that you can have unlimited movement while switching around troops. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, like, come on, like, oh my gosh, surely they could have found another way to get rid of that bug. Now that you mention it, that might actually be the reason why it was added. Kebab says, yeah, dude, I love that. Sending just some Ashiguro on a little stealth mission to capture an empty fort in Shogun 2. And because generals are more precious, it's a lot easier to have stories surrounding them. Mildly Annoyed says, Comrade Waystalker, has Orion had a change of government? The Waystalkers are actually they're actually all named Comrade. Which is they're named after one of my longtime subscribers and supporters, one of the members for the channel, Mr. Comrade Guy, he goes by. But yeah, all of our waste stalkers are named Comrade.
Hunting.
Kebab says, at mildly annoyed, hacking CA with their no fun allowed bug fixes. I know, right? And mildly annoyed says, I love to make captains into general / family members in Rome 1. That was a feature I really loved. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like, why, why get rid of these great features,
These are dark times.
Trying to figure out what I'm doing down here. We pretty much moved everybody. We've almost got this side of the mountain we'll have to get to, but we've almost got this side of the mountain conquered. Or this side of the continent, and then these boys down here still moving. God, I really want to get rid of Zinch before he triggers that ability again, where he freezes all of our armies, and with so many armies, it's incredibly annoying. Just do anything to get the cash flow coming in. How's the garrison here?
Stench of failure. The Hornet one disagrees.
Freaking rats. Freaking rats. Okay, I didn't really... Not really prepared for this. We're gonna have to grab a lord here just to be on the safe side. Probably best to grab a treeman. We do have this guy at level 47. Coma says Zinch can stop only one army now. Oh, really? Oh, son of a bitch. That's quite the nerf. That's quite the nerf. Like, it was when he did it to me in this campaign, it was pretty annoying because I had over 40 armies at the time. So it was yeah, it was quite the nuisance. Ah, damn it, we don't have any we don't have any what do we call it? Regiments of renown available, or we can't. I think we'll what is on growth cleared. Mildly Noise says that Kebab Sia has been a fun police for a while now. Wonder why they always patch exploits that were fun, but Nakai had over 3 months with no proxy recruitment. Yeah. Alright, yeah. I mean, it's mostly trash in here. And we got a decent garrison. I wish I would have built up the garrison a little bit more. But there's nothing to be done about it now. We do have a treeman in there. Frickin' Skaven, so annoying. But yeah, we should be okay. Fingers crossed. Kebab says, Rag, can we convince you to boot up Rome 1 or Medieval 2 by any chance? The map looks like out of control algae anyway. I keep playing this for today. Probably won't come back to this for a little while. But yeah, I'm desperate to finish this campaign. But we are going to get to Medieval 2. Hopefully sooner than later. I've been planning to do Medieval 2 for our once we hit 2,000 subs. That's going to be our special campaign. So I kind of wanted to save it for a special campaign, and then we'll probably play a fair bit of Medieval 2. I mean, this week I'll probably get back into some more Shogun too. Do really enjoy my Shogun. Mildly Annoyed says, what's the red thing at Orion's camp? Where the hell is Orion's camp? Oh, this thing? Is that what you mean? This is the Chaos Dwarfs tunnels, and I don't know that we can actually close these. To be honest, there was one. Yeah, there's one over here. I went through this one to close it and then came out the other end. So they all lead to Nagaroth or the Black Fortress. They all lead Zar Nagarod. I think that's where they all lead to. But I don't know if you can actually close them. Georgie says, are we doing Pharaoh soon? We're gonna do Pharaoh either later today if I feel up to it, or tomorrow. If I get back to streaming tomorrow. But yeah, soon. I loaded it up for a minute there. We were going through it. I don't know if you were there for that, if you caught some of that, Georgie, or not. Kebab says, at Mile Lenore, I'm starting to wonder if being a fun police is just British nature. Yeah, well, we've got that. We've inherited that from the British here in Canada. There's a lot of fun police here too. Georgie says, how often do you think about the Roman Empire, Rag? I don't really think about it at all. I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, occasionally I think about it, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, it's not really on my mind a whole lot. Mildly Annoyed says, the tunnels. Yeah, stupid old Chaos Dwarf tunnels. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to get rid of them or not. I thought by going through them you could get rid of them, but it doesn't appear to be the case. Alright, where are we gonna send you? We got a little bit of backtracking to do over here, unfortunately. I don't think this guy's gonna stand and fight. Nope. Hopefully we can catch him. Mildly Annoyed says, in comparison to whom, Kebabji? So many feel like being fun police now. Yeah, it's... I don't know, man. It's like the world has just gone completely mad nowadays. Georgie says, don't lie to us, Rag. We know you think about Rome at least once a day. I guess, I don't know. I mean, I don't think about thinking about it. I guess, you know, occasionally I think about it. I don't know.
No, I will not.
Got Imric over here. Alright, yeah, we need armies back in this area.
How can I assist you?
That guy to move. You might as well come back this way. Mildly Annoyed says, have you thought about the Roman Empire today? Think about it today and feel better. Become a better citizen. I mean, I think about the Roman Republic more than the Roman Empire. I think
At your service.
you know, like when Rome becomes an empire, it kind of marks the point of Rome's decline when it becomes an empire, isn't it? Because I mean,
The forest has spoken.
Augustus is probably one of the greatest Roman empires. I mean, I guess there's a handful of them that you could, you know, say were really great Roman empires. I know a lot of people really love Marcus Aurelius, and then you had Constantine as well, and Aurelian. I mean, technically Julius Caesar wasn't an emperor, but I mean, you could make the argument that he was the first emperor. I guess you could make that argument, but I mean, technically speaking, though, Augustus was the first emperor. But yeah, I don't know. The Republic, though, like with
Protector of the forest.
with Scipio,
It will be done.
you know, Scipio kind of sets the stage for Rome. I mean, there's a few people along its history that, sort of set things up really well for the Republic to thrive. But, you know, when it becomes an empire, kind of in a sense almost marks the, you know, the decline. I mean, it took hundreds of years, but, you know, I kind of see that time with Augustus as sort of the zenith of Rome, and then it kind of, you know, there was some expansion, I guess,
Proud son of Athalloran.
beyond that, but...
I refuse.
Ooh, shit.
I'd wither first.
Your orders are
Could
acceptable.
be a tough fight here. I don't want to lose those. Alright, we haven't had a actual fight in ages. Kebab says, Rag sounded a bit like a teenage girl denying she has a crush when asked about the Roman Empire. And Mildly Noise says that, Kebab, I think you're onto something. Kebab says, who, me? Thinking about Rome? No, never. Why do you ask? Mildly Noise says, Roman Republic? We don't do that kind of stuff here. Georgie says, Trajan and Hadrian were good ones too. Yeah, you know what, like, I don't know enough about the Roman, like, I don't know as much about the Roman Empire as I would like. Very interesting part of history, though, for sure. Bob says, at Mildly No, the Roman Republic was pretty great, especially when it was just one guy ruling it. Oscar Bautista, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Georgie says he was a consul of Rome, Kebab. Alright, how are we going to do this? Hopefully we can bait them to... Oh, man. I don't know. Come at us kind of somewhat separately, maybe. I don't know. Alright, well, we can protect our flank here. I think we do have some fire. Let's put the fire arrows in behind. Put you guys up front. And let's...
Children of Athalloran! Archers ready!
Just check the formation a little bit. Ooh, we do have some... Alright, let's... Alright, I think we're gonna be okay here. We do have our garrison forces as well. Alright, you guys hold off that flank. You right there. And we'll have the cav hold the line here. And a couple dragons. Ooh, we got our... I want to forget the Way Watchers. Where we're going to put these boys. God damn, I didn't leave any room for them.
Deep wood infantry!
Alright, you know what?
Our aim is true!
Put you guys over there. A little
Ready
bit.
for orders! Our bows are yours! Children of
Let's turn it
Athalloran!
into a bit of a mess.
Bows of Athalloran!
Put the Way Watchers in the center here.
Glade Guard! Deep wood host! Our bows are yours!
Alright, good enough. You know what would have been nice is a little bit of healing spells.
Deep wood archers! Warriors of Arium! Armed and ready!
Mildly Noise says that, Kebab. If you put it like that, I might be convinced. Kebab says that, Georgie, I know that reference.
Lord of the Glade!
Oh shit.
With pace!
Don't know that that's going to be a great fight for us, but if we pull them back here, get our archers to shoot at them.
Watchers! At the Lauren!
Take out that thing.
Let's fly!
Let's go charge them.
At once! Blade guard! Shoot! Weapons loose! Go! It is done!
Alright. You guys need to get over here. Go back. Fucking hell, you got to be shitting me. What is this guy doing? I think my formation was a bit flawed here.
Master!
Bob says, wow, I'm glad emojis are finally inclusive.
Blade guard!
Got another one of these fucking things here.
Kronos!
Let's pull up here. You guys pull back.
Tell Granavisha! Attack! Archers ready!
Pull the cab back a little bit. Shoot the black coach. Let's pull back.
Faster! Way watchers!
What are you doing?
Haste! At once! Child of Kronos! For the eternal realm!
Oh shit.
Way watchers! Cavalry! Sound the horns! Targets! Withdraw! At the Lord!
Actually,
The
breath
forest
attack.
calls!
If you guys could, oh my gosh, just fucking corpse or the black coach.
Way watchers!
Yeah, real nuisance here. If you guys could target this dude, that would be great. Actually, you guys go for him. We'll probably end this pretty quick.
Withdraw!
You can
To battle!
just play guard.
Your orders?
Just fucking,
Yes! Ever ready?
just can't seem to
Now!
target that
Yes!
thing.
Quickly!
Not a corpse card.
Deepwood archers! Ever ready!
Alright, let's pull you guys out. God. You can really tell it's been an age since I've been playing. Super rusty. As Kebab says, Gaius. Alright, I think we got them. Hopefully we didn't lose anybody. Pyrrhic victory. Gaius Julius Caesar. Caesar. Yeah, I think we're okay. I think these guys probably survived. It's one campaign that we really missed out on for Rome, whether Rome 1 or Rome 2, was the Caesar versus Pompey campaign. That would have been interesting. Mildly Annoyed says Roman equites would have dominated this battlefield, but for your tree-hugging barbarians, you did all right. Well fought. Thanks, man. Yeah, a little bit shaky. My formation could have been, it should have been tightened up a little bit better. I think we would have had a little better performance, but the I don't know, the elk or whatever the hell these things are, the stag knights, they're pretty solid. Like the buff that cavalry got, like one of the updates, a couple updates ago, did the cavalry pretty nice.
Proud son of Athelloren.
All right, well, we got to get rid of them.
I refuse.
It's unfortunate we're not going to
These
get
are
the
dark times.
garrison to support, though. Georgie says technically all the Roman emperors before
Blade
Heraclius
Lord, at your service.
are still Western/Latin Roman emperors. Interesting. Let's go with that. That. Finish the, yeah, we finished quartermaster. Actually, let's do 1 point into perenniality. And 1 point there. Just get our replenishment up a little bit. Bob says, little reference to the announcer guy in Rome. I'm sure one of you gets it. Oh yeah, yeah. From the series run, the God, that was such a good series, man. Man, I'm so sad that I'm still like
Athel Loren.
upset over oh, what is his name? Ray Stevenson, is that his name? The guy that played Polo passed away not so long ago, and I think it's Ray Stevenson. And it's unfortunate because he was in the new Star Wars series in Ahsoka, which I guess is gonna be his last role, and he's really, really good in that role, despite the show being hot garbage. He's one of the few redeeming parts of the show. He's really, really good in it, and it's too bad because we would have been interesting to see where they could have taken that character. George says, R.I.P. Titus Polo, 13th Legion forever. And Kebab says, yeah, rest in peace. Yeah, oh man, such a great actor and such a great show, man. That that Rome series. So good. Him and Lucius Varinus. Alright. Try things a little bit different. Alright, we're gonna try and harass them a little bit with our Way Watchers first. Kebab says, also, I liked his cameo in Vikings. What? He had a cameo in Vikings? I don't remember him in Vikings at all, to be honest. Kebab says he was such a wholesome guy in the show. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, his character was awesome. So good. Right, just back it up a little bit. Batley Noise says it is a bad, sad CA doesn't understand what Pyrrhic victory is a bit. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's another one of those things that, like, introduced early in the game, and they probably had, like, a, you know, like a good idea for it, but now it's just, you know, just a weird sort of classification of, like, how the battles turn out. And, you know, rarely does the Pyrrhic victory or close victory, decisive victory, you know, rarely does it match what actually took place in the battle. You guys go for the black coach. How are we doing with this fight? Kebab says, at mildly annoying, Pyrrhic victory is when the enemy got decimated and you lost one guy due to sickness, but your archers used all their ammo. Don't tell CA otherwise or they'll get scared and confused. Alright, go for that dude. Kebab says, yeah, I was shocked too, but he had a very minor role in the later seasons, maybe just the last one of Vikings. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, Vikings, oh man, I have to rewatch that just to see him in there. First couple of seasons of Vikings I felt like were the best. I'm trying to think which season was my favorite. But the guy that played Ragnar, once he was off the show, wasn't really the same. It was still all right. Like, it was, you know, interesting seeing his sons. You know, the guy that played Bjorn, I thought did a really good job. And I mean, Ivar, the actor who played Ivar, did an excellent job as well. But the show didn't have the same sort of flair as it did when you know, after Ragnar was gone. I thought the first season of Vikings Valhalla was really good, but the second season was kind of meh. But I saw something recently, like apparently, like, which I guess is fairly obvious, like you know, one of the main Viking lords or whatever,
These are dark times.
they changed from like a ruthless like male character to a black female character, which is like it seemed a little off to me at the time. I'm just like, whatever, just watching the show. But it's just like, why, you know? Oh my gosh, we gotta fight this one too, otherwise we're gonna lose all that cav. Georgie says you don't like the Ashoka show, but it had Anakin. Oh fuck, this is a siege battle. Oh, fuck me sideways. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, you know, growing up watching Star Wars, I remember sitting and watching, you know, with my aunt and asking her if they're gonna make more Star Wars movies. She's like, well, you never know, I don't know, maybe. So that was always the dream, that they would make more movies. And then they finally did with the prequels, and the prequels were kind of, I don't know, kind of meh. And so, you know, like I don't know, I enjoyed the prequels. They're kind of like, you know, the icing on the cake. You know, we didn't know that we were gonna get the icing, but at least we got the icing. And you know, visually they were, you know, at least they were coherent, right? But then Disney got a hold of Star Wars, and it's just like, what the hell did they do? It's just like, I don't even know how to describe it, how bad the Disney Star Wars has been. It's just, I don't know, it's unfortunate. I mean, the Mandalorian, the first season of the Mandalorian was kind of okay. It wasn't bad. Like, there was like a lot of cliches and tropes and things like that. It was just like a really, you know, simplified story or whatever, but it worked. But I don't know, things kind of went downhill from there. And the newer stuff and the movies, the sequels or whatever they're called, were just, my god, what were they thinking? What were they thinking?
I stand ready.
Mildly Annoyed says, also a Pyrrhic victory, you retreated all your foot soldiers to not lose anyone and let your 4 heroes murder everyone. Yeah. There's another complaint that I have with the, I don't know, I mean, it works for Warhammer, but it's a little bit extreme sometimes, like with the, you know, the single entities where they can like completely dominate a battlefield. It's just kind of, I don't know, sort of takes the strategic elements out of the game a little bit. Kebab says Ragnar and Ekberg being young / middle-aged and French rivals was the peak for me. Yeah, no, I agree. That was probably the best part of the show, or the best part of the series for sure. Those two characters were so cool. Kebab says, imagine you're some innocent Asian and all you know about black people is what Netflix shows you. Yeah, Netflix is really bad, man. Mildly Annoyed says, more Pyrrhic victories, you sacrifice the replaceable free garrison to protect units you recruited. Super expensive units last 3 turns. You don't want to lose. Kebab says, at Mildly Annoyed, CA, stop playing the game how you want to and try harder, damn it. Ghost in the Darkness, good morning. Says, they made a bunch of awesome Star Wars books I grew up reading. No longer canon. Fuck Disney. I know, man. Like, what? Like, God. You know? I don't know. If I I think the only thing that they could do, you know, like if I were to purchase the brand, like the Star Wars brand, I think the only thing you could do is have, like, you know,
Ready and eager.
start it off from like the end of, you know, the end of Return of the Jedi, and have Luke having a nightmare, and the nightmare is basically like a recap of everything that happened in the Disney Star Wars, and then he wakes up and it's like, oh fuck, thank God that was all just a fucking nightmare. And then start fresh, do something, you know, do something great. But I think one of my favorite fantasy authors, R.A. Salvatore, I think R.A. Salvatore might have wrote one or two of the Star Wars books, I'm not sure. But yeah, I've heard that the novels, some of the novels were excellent.
Very well.
Alright, you guys chase down those bats. Kebab says Rag is going to have get me ranting on the Mandalorian. Lord have mercy. Yeah, it's man, I don't know, man. It's really too bad. But yeah, I don't know, like watching the Ashoka series, it's just like, I'm just like, was this written for like 5-year-olds? Like what is this? You know, and it was kind of the same thing as well with the Obi-Wan series. Like the Obi-Wan series was just so ridiculous, some of the stuff in it, like just some really, you know, like I remember there was, I don't know if you guys have seen the Obi-Wan series, but there's this one scene where they're escaping the Empire base or whatever it is, and it's like an underwater base or something, and anyway they're escaping it, and he's got Leia there, and Obi-Wan is like wearing this like big trench coat or whatever. He's like trying to hide Leia under the trench coat, and they're walking past like all these like stormtroopers and stuff, and it's like, oh, what, nobody notices that? Like, come on, like what the hell is going on? It's just so absurd. But anyway, what can you do? Kebab says, I like Star Wars for the first time in my life. Watch The Mandalorian. Like, I love the storytelling of the first season. Yeah, the first season, I mean, they stuck with, like, a lot of, like, you know, tropes and storytelling devices that were tested and true. And they worked. Like, they, you know, it was somewhat predictable. And, ah, shit. We didn't get through that barricade. That's why they were going through there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they sort of like abandoned that moving forward. And you know what? Like the Boba Fett series, like the shortened series that they did with Boba Fett, that had such potential to be awesome. You know, if you can ignore the fact of the ridiculousness of him escaping the Sarlacc pit, okay, fine. If you can ignore that fact, then you've got the potential for, you know, a gangster type series set in the Star Wars universe. You know, like a, almost could have set up like a Godfather-esque type, well, I guess maybe not a Godfather-esque, but anyway, like a gangster type, you know. Let's get you out of there. But yeah, just, I don't know. But instead they turned Boba Fett into like this, like, I don't know, good guy, you know, instead of being a villain, or at the very least an anti-hero. Situation is not going super well here. All these damn towers causing a problem. Mildly Annoyed says, this map is my kryptonite. It's the most bearable with factions who don't have archers, but it still is a pathfinding disaster. Yeah, oh shit. That's not what I wanted to do. I accidentally took control of the units that were behind the mountain there. Just leave them alone. I guess Guys are coming this way. You might as well come this way. Trying to get through this without getting these dragons killed. We want to charge those skeletons. Kebab says, but I feel like they made it full of childish in the later seasons, like a big Disney advert. Yeah, you know what? That's a general sentiment that, like, I don't know, and you really feel it in Ashoka. The sort of the childish, you know, like, I don't know. I think they're trying to appeal to whatever audience watched the Star Wars Rebels. And it really takes forever to capture these capture points. You come back here. You just get ready. Charge in there. Guys, give me another breath attack over here. Ghost in the Darkness says, I like Mandalorian 2, spaghetti western in a sci-fi setting. Very cool. Yeah, it started off really well, but yeah, the newer seasons just not do it for me. Mildly Annoyed says, see that? Yeah, that's what I mean. The barricade needs to be trialed in Den Haag for war crimes. Yeah, I definitely feeling your pain here with the pathfinding. Let's see if we can get you guys into range. But yeah, I think it's, you know, because of the slope and the, you know, fuck. Out of there. Fuck, I think we're going to lose this unit. I don't want to send you guys in there. God damn it. Kebab says, like, you have this brilliant recipe of a grizzly space cowboy that has to take care of a child while dealing with politics of a post-imperial world. And they just threw it and turned it into a generic child-friendly show. Yeah, you know what? It's all about selling those, selling their merch, you know? Ah, shit. These guys are fucked, too. Rules. Damn, I'm gonna end up losing all my cav. God damn. How many of them were in here? There's a lot more in here than I was bargained for, I'll tell you that. This battle really went to shit. Alright, let's bring the cav down and just get out of there. You guys go smash let the archers deal with the rest of this, hopefully. Kebab says, that mildly annoyed guy, are you Dutch? Most foreigners just say the Hague. Ghost in the Darkness says, oh, I didn't see the newer seasons, too bad. Yeah, the newer seasons, I feel like we're not quite as good. Yeah, shoot, you know, here's the pathfinding again. I gave these guys an order and these guys went down that way, everybody else went the opposite way. You guys are gonna get killed. Just get out of here. Alright, let's bring you guys in and hopefully you guys can sort the rest of this out. But yeah, this is absurd, these freaking towers, man. Probably best to bring you guys out too. Mildly Annoyed says, no, but the International Criminal Court is from there, and the original name of the city is Den Haag, right? Bob says, like, honestly, I was so excited for the politics in the Mandalorian, like post-World War II denazification, but in a sci-fi setting, it's such an amazing concept. Yeah, they really killed the brand, man. Like, they you know, oh shit, these guys are gonna get fucked now too. To shoot those zombies. Georgie says, what's your opinion about the Ubisoft Star Wars game? Which one is the Ubisoft game? I had a lot of fun playing though I never finished it, the one with Hal, the Jedi Survivor. I thought that was really well done. Come on, get in formation.
Right away!
Guys, get out of there. Mildly Noise says Ubisoft LOL. Go up says at Mildly Noise, you got that right. Props to you, mate. I mean, I guess we could come back here and occupy this. We're gonna have to kind of do this slowly. We lost one of our cavalry units. I suppose it's not the end of the world.
Way Watchers! Blade
This
guard!
is probably one of the armies that I should probably actually disband at some point because it's got some mediocre units. And we are trying to cut down on some of the armies that we have. What is happening here?
Way Watchers! We are tireless! Foes of Athelmoran! Swiftly!
It's weird. Mildly Noise says I'm used to use the original name of the city. The original name is in Latin alphabet. I'm not going for Mukba, but Milano is fine. But thank you. All right. So this is gonna be tricky because this terrain is kind of tough to deal with.
Defenders of Athelmoran! Bowman, ready!
Push you guys up a little bit. Hopefully you guys can shoot up there.
Way Watchers!
Alright.
Dauntless Asray!
Should at least slow down some of the damage we're taking. Yeah, I feel like the music is a little bit over dramatic as well. I think we'll be alright now. I mean, we're in a good spot. We don't want to push in too far because the it's gonna put us in range of the other towers. I think these guys are coming around this way by the looks of things.
As you command! At pace! Glade guard! Aye! Armed and ready!
Come on.
Children of
What are you guys doing?
Athelmoran!
So you guys come over this
With
way.
haste!
Bollocks.
Straight away!
Rob says it's 2 p.m., but I'm really craving some jalapeno cheese dip with nachos. Damn it, Kebab. I'm just starting to get the munchies myself. And you gotta bring something like that up.
Ready to fire!
It's 8 a.m. here. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna have for breakfast. My Illinois says, did I already mention that I hate this map? In case I haven't, I hate this map and the terrain is horrible. The high version of this map is the worst. There's I know there's like there's a high elf like one of the
It shall be done!
one of the minor settlement maps that's on like steep terrain like this as well. That's really hard to manage. God, man, we might lose this freaking fight, even though we're only fighting mostly zombies. But yeah, I probably could have gone about this a little bit better. Or a lot better.
Quickly! Armed and ready!
We'll be back. Bob says that my little noise says the real challenge of these siege matches is having fun with them.
Children of Athelmoran!
Thing is that the maps wouldn't be so bad if it's like
Foes of Athelmoran!
if it was easier to place your units and stuff. I mean, sometimes like on these maps, like when you're trying to place your units, it just
Now!
becomes like a real exercise in frustration. Georgie says 8 a.m. you're streaming night shifts like a Legend of Total War. I honestly like it would be nice if there was, you know, more of an audience in the late nights, because I think I probably would prefer to stream in the evenings. I've always been like a bit of a night owl. Like the thing is though, like there's not, you know, like the majority of the audience is in Europe and North America, I think, for Total War. Though you know, having said that, like, you know, it really doesn't matter what time Legend streams. Still, like, he still gets like a really big turnout. So I mean, maybe there's an audience, and I just haven't been able to tap into it. But yeah, I've always been like a bit of a night owl, so you know, staying up late through the evening kind of works for me. Ah, mildly noise from Germany, eh? Cool, cool. My background is actually German. I am 10th or 11th generation German here in Canada. Trying to run a little bit low on ammo. They retook this. God damn, we just cannot. Man, I don't know what's happening here with these guys. Just cannot finish these units off. What the hell was that? I'm gonna bring you guys back in to help out. Bob says Netherlands, actually not quite Den Haag, but very close. Kebab says at Milo, ah, guten Tag, mein brother. And Milo says, yeah, the game would be less shit if the units would be responsive, the terrain would be less shit, the dockable areas would work, archers would actually shoot, not reposition all the time. Do we need to go on? Now, I think that's a pretty good summation of, you know, most of the major things. These pop-up towers drive me nuts too. I fucking hate these pop-up towers. But yeah, I think that's the real scary thing, is that does CA, okay, finally we're getting the army losses. Does CA know how to, you know, program like a fun, enjoyable siege map? Like what, you know, do they know what elements make like a really good siege battle? I don't know. Anyway. Georgie says, you're German, that's new info. Yeah, I guess my father's side is German, and my mother's side is English, so I guess probably Anglo-Saxon would probably be more accurate, but I know like my grandma on my father's side, like she has the, what are we waiting for here? Are there any units left? Let's make our way up here to the top of the map. Oh shit, is there a unit over here? Do not see. Shouldn't have brought these guys in, to be honest. You guys can park there to capture that. I don't see any units here. What the hell's going on? Why is this battle not over? Alright, probably fast forward through this. But yeah, my grandma on my dad's side has like the genealogy book, and we're like 11th generation. But I mean, even like, you know, my grandparents say like when they were growing up. Okay, there, we finally got it. There was a few people in the community who spoke like a form of Deutsch, but like even my grandparents don't speak any German or anything. But the town that I grew up in, the town that I was born in, is called Lunenburg, and it's famous for being the birthplace of the Blue Nose. It's a famous shipbuilding town, and it was initially a German settlement, right? Like I believe like there's a sister town in Germany. I don't think it has quite the same name as Lunenburg, but very close to the same name. Mildly Annoyed says, oh yes, towers, ouch. Yeah, kind of a rough fight there. But yeah, this army probably, we might end up disbanding it. I'm not sure. I mean, we could upgrade it a little bit, replace some of these lower tier units with some better units or something if we wanted. Ghost in the Darkness says, I went to the Netherlands once. Stupid, sexy people everywhere. Hey, that sounds like my kind of town, man. Sounds like a good time. Kebab says, Germans are like family in a sense, like the more responsible older brother that drops by when on holiday to build an Atlantica wall on our beaches. Atlantica wall? I don't know what that is. Alright.
These are dark times.
These are dark times indeed. Should we upgrade this army? Should we disband it? I mean, we're 143k in the hole, but we do have a pretty big treasury built up, so we've got 42 armies in the field. Kind of want to get on the move right away. Let's get some fire arrows. Just go with that for now. Ghost in the Darkness says, the people aren't stupid, I just mean it's stupid how many there are.
At your service.
I'd feel very out of place then if there's everybody's good looking in the Netherlands. People are all looking at me like I'm a freak or something. Mildly Noise says, probably CA knows, but they don't know how to implement that with their outdated, bloated engine. Nobody remembers how to program because the old devs left for better pastures. Yeah, I
Can I offer assistance?
was trying to allude to that earlier. I'm curious to see how many of, or if any of the original, sort of like the original programmers that were with the company for the first Total Wars, if any of them are still around. That'd be really interesting to know. Kebab says that Ghost in the Darkness. You sure that's the same Netherlands? Mildly Noise says Lüneburg, an old Hanseatic city. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right. Man, I really would love to go visit Europe, and Germany would be on the top of my list to visit. Especially visiting Lüneburg would be really interesting. Wonder if there's any old family members that, you know, still living there. Ghost in Darkness says, at Kebab, yes, don't come to Canada if you don't think the Dutchies are good looking. Not all parts of Canada are created equally, though. But yeah, it's I mean, kind of a cool thing about Canada is everywhere has a very different. I mean, at least the major cities, I would say, like all of the provinces have sort of like a very different sort of feel to them. You know, Quebec, you got the Frenchies over there. You know, Ontario, you got the hillbillies. Well, I mean, you got the real hillbillies out in Alberta, but a bit of variety in Canada. But yeah. Mildly Annoyed says, I love that global recruitment. It is convenient for sure. Kebab says, at Ghost in the Darkness, LOL. Well, I can tell you it depends greatly on the area. You can travel 12 minutes by train and that image changes drastically. And Ghost in the Darkness says, I see. Well, Zwollen had some hotties. Interesting. Zwolly. Alright.
Can I offer assistance?
Recruiting there. What are we gonna do with you? Army right there. Probably best to attack this guy since he's separated from the others. See if we can get rid of him. Mildly Noise says, I've heard heresy, so take that with a grain of salt. CA pays very little to devs because they take freshly graduated ones. I also heard that few/none from the original Warhammer 2 team are still there. Really? Man, that's That's freaking crazy. If only, wow. Like, if even, like, between Warhammer 2 and 3, if, like, wow. That only few of them are still there. Alright. But yeah, you know what? I haven't really looked into it myself, but I have heard grumblings of, you know, along the same lines that CA is not, you know, not a stellar company to work for, from the sounds of things. The odds are pretty bad here, but I mean, we got Treeman, so it shouldn't be an issue. I hate fighting these battles with these single entities, though. I find them terribly boring. Kebab says, Rag, if you ever come to the Netherlands, I'll treat you to some of that good stuff, that really high purity Gouda cheese. Dude, that would be awesome, man. I mean, I've been to Europe, like I've been to Finland a number of years ago. I guess about 7 years ago. But it was kind of, it was not a fun trip. I mean, it was fun in a sense, but it was just, I don't know, my girlfriend at the time who I was living with, who, anyway, anyway, it's a long story. Anyway, she, like, the day that I was leaving, like, I was leaving to go to Finland in the afternoon, and she broke up with me in the morning. She got up, broke up with me, and went to work. And I'm like, wow, this kind of sucks. So, yeah, it was kind of like, you know, would have been a really fun trip, but I was sort of heartbroken while I was there. So it was kind of, you know, I'm a very emotional guy. So, anyway. But yeah, I mean, it turned out alright. It turned out, you know, kind of fun or whatever, but I feel like I would have had a much better time if I wasn't, anyway. But yeah, Finland was pretty cool. Interesting. But yeah, it would have been nice to see more of Europe while I was over there, while I was over across the pond. It is a bit of a flight. Alright, I guess we just blob up and, you know, hope for the best here. Mildly Annoyed says, source, A Legend of Total War and A Great Book of Grudges. Yeah, you know what, Voland, I've heard similar things from Voland, and Voland is kind of, I think Voland lives in maybe Scotland or Ireland, and he might even know some of the devs or some of the former devs and stuff like that. There's like a little bit more of an inside scoop on it, but yeah, if that's the case, man, that's really sad, because, you know, because CA is the largest developer in Europe now, is it not? Like, you'd think that they'd want to attract the best of the best, and not to mention, you know, on top of that, like, you know, the damn name of your company is Creative Assembly. You know, you'd think that being creative would be your top priority, so you would want to, you know, attract the best developers and whatever. Mildly Annoyed says, Finland does have a heartbroken mentality, so that would fit me things. Yeah, you know, it was definitely, it was in the fall. I want to say it was actually probably around this time of year, actually, when I was there. And, yeah, you know, I definitely kind of feel a little bit of that vibe, I guess, while being there. But yeah, it would have been nice to travel there and be a little bit in better spirits. But what can you do? Drop this on these guys, because these fucking things are sniping my general here. Get over here to him. Ghost in the Darkness says, I would love to go to Finland. A big fan of death metal. Bob says, at mildly annoyed, I would expect the same. Old, but the sliders and the buttons have different names, so I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. At least Total War still have the assembly feel to it. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking that when I said it. Like, creative assembly is like, yeah, they've really taken the assembly part to heart. You know, just treat their games like one big assembly line. Get you healed up a bit more. Ghost in the Darkness says there's some melancholy to Finnish culture. Maybe I like all the Finns I have met though. Yeah, you know what? I kind of got that vibe a little bit as well when I was there. Like the people in Finland, like, just seem a little bit sort of standoffish to some extent. Like, I don't know, hard to explain. But like everyone was like, once you engage with someone and spoke to someone, super nice, super polite, very welcoming. But you know, people just walking around sort of had, you know, this sort of almost, you know, sort of somber, I guess would probably be the way to put it. But I mean, maybe that comes from, you know, the history of the country and their, you know, their you know, wars with Russia and things like that. That maybe that has partly something to do with that. I don't know. Or it could be, you know, the land itself. Maybe there's, you know, something about the land itself, you know, living in that, you know, harsh sort of northern climate or sort of rugged terrain. But yeah, I didn't get to see much of the city. I was just, or much of the country. I mostly spent most of the time in Helsinki while I was there. But yeah, it was a good experience. Mildly Noise says aspire. Mildly Noise says melancholy. That's a word I was searching for. Okay. But yeah, I can definitely, I can certainly see that. That description definitely seems to fit. Yeah, see, I mean, this is, you know, this right here is exactly why guys like Voland hate Warhammer, you know, where you have like just big blob of troops, and, you know, like where's the strategy to this, you know, what, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, arguably it has a sort of strategy of its of a sort, but you know, this does not really do justice to a game that's supposed to be a war simulator. Like, it's kind of disappointing, but anyway. Drop that there. Kebab says it's sharing the border with Russia syndrome. Just look at the Baltics or Poland. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you have to really look into the deep history of like that area. I could definitely see it. Like, there's a, you know, it's like a part of the globe that's seen some, you know, really horrific sort of fighting over the years. Drop another heal down. Georgie says, yep, these simple entities make it that zero strategy is required. I don't always agree with Volan, but this, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it just really takes the nuance out of the game. thing is, though, this kind of blobbing strategy in certain situations, it's apparent in the older Total Wars as well, where you know, like certain situations where you can like overlap units with one another. It's not just necessarily, but I mean, it's exasperated in this because of the fact that you have single entities with like huge hit pools and things like that. Sort of like exasperates the problem. I think we're gonna have to deal with Archeon last, I'm guessing, because it's like taking no damage here. Mildly annoyed says the ancient tried and tested strategy of blobbing up, popular since antediluvian Mesopotamian civilizations. Bob says that's why I feel a bit burned out in Total War like this, or flanking, or just matching your units with whatever countered it. But battles always boil down to the same unless terrain is involved in some big way. Yeah, you know what? Like, I think this really all started with Rome 2, because like Rome. Oh shit! I think we just lost a unit. Like a big issue with Rome 2 was, you know, like flanking, cavalry, you know, like the morale system really didn't offer like a lot of good options strategically. That it would just really come down to whichever units had the best stats would essentially hold out and win. Yeah, I mean, there's situations where you can completely surround a unit and would still, you know, keep holding up. We'll get over here. Inspiring champions. I guess those guys don't have to. Drop that there. Mildly annoyed says, and units don't route properly anymore. I love the chain routes from Rome 1 and Medieval 2. I think Shogun 2, the morale system, I think was really excellent in that. Like you could get some really good chain routes going in that game. But yeah, Rome 2, and you know, like, it's really, it's more pronounced in what do you call it, Divide ad Impera, when you play that, because you know, like the unit sizes are bigger and the battles take longer as well, and you really notice the, you know, the limitations in terms of strategy. I mean, strategies still work, but it's really difficult to get a proper chain route going in any of the newer Total Wars. Ghost in the Darkness says, Persians, no fair, Spartans are blobbing up. Kebab says, that mildly annoyed. Yes, dude, chain routing is so much fun. You can easily mod it into Warhammer 2, though. There's a battle database with values, like you can set units to shatter when they route and route the first time, or you can increase the morale penalty of routing friendly units. Oh, that's interesting. Mildly annoyed says, 9 AD Varus, the enemies are blobbing up in the Tunenberg Forest. All is lost now. The old blob. But yeah, it's, you know, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. Kebab says, so you can have more flanking and chain routing centered battles in a Warhammer. Interesting. Interesting. Figure these armies. Do we got enough movement to finish that? Okay, we do. Shiza. Oh man, I really. Thing is, we really should fight this battle manually so that we can heal up our trees, and not lose this unit, but I don't want to sit through another one of those fights. So that might, it's gonna put us a little bit more vulnerable for these two armies, but we should be able to handle that, I think, with our treemen. We got plenty of winds of magic, so we can potentially get our guys healed up. Oh shoot, I forgot that we had this branch right in there too. Son of a gun. Give you endurance of the wood. Ghost in the Darkness says hat mildly annoyed. LOL, base Legion killer. Mildly annoyed says Warhammer 3, the most historically accurate Total War since Rome 1. That's so good. Yeah, let's give you that. Should have given you that earlier. Oh. What else we got? That. All right. Pretty much stuck there, but I think we can handle this. We might not be able to launch the attack there next turn necessarily, but we do have this guy. Let's have this guy come over here. Stay in our province in case they attack us, which they probably won't. Look at this force up here. Alright, situation seems like it's under control.
The forest has spoken.
You're recruiting there, okay, good. And okay, guerrilla we recruited here. Yeah, honestly, man, really looking forward to seeing a potential Medieval 3, but at the same time, I'm so apprehensive about it because I don't know, man. I don't know what it's gonna look like. But I mean, at the very least, at least they can't, you know, at least we still have like the older Total Wars. We can always go back to, you know, Rome 1, Medieval 2, Shogun 2, even Napoleon to some extent. Kebab says, isn't it weird how every race in Warhammer is fantasy, but then the French are 100% realistic? Mildly annoyed says, almost, they don't route often enough. They route pretty often, the Bretonnians. But they do have those hippogriffs, those flying hippos. So I guess they're not, you know, completely historical, unless I'm missing something historically.
At once.
Got the runes there.
Absurd.
Mildly annoyed says, I actually was a historical Total War player, so I'm allowed to say that. That's fantastic. Oh man, I don't know, it's interesting though. Ah shit, we got plagued here. Nurgle corruption. Okay, so it's not actually affecting our replenishment. It's interesting though, because you know, you went from the Napoleonic Wars where the French were...
What is this foolishness?
Where the French were, you know, one of the most feared armies on the planet, to, you know, 20th century.
Stalking.
and the Second World War, First and Second World War, where not so much. Mildly Annoyed says, I came to Warhammer 2 because my CPU upgrade had it for free. Then I fell in love with Mazdamundi and his Lizardmen. The Lizardmen are cool. It's a faction. I feel like the Lizardmen as a faction, one of those factions that could use a little bit of love. That they kind of got left behind. Like they've got some interesting campaign mechanics, but not completely fleshed out, in my opinion. But yeah, the Lizardmen were actually one of the first factions that I played as in Warhammer 2. Bob says, you know, having watched the 10-hour something Napoleonic War documentary from Epic History, I can't mock the French anymore for retreating. Ah, shit, we just destroyed a faction, which means our upkeep is gonna go up. Kebab says, French military history is really incredible, yet at the same time, it's like they're always second place.
You need me?
I don't think
This will fail. No.
with this army, I don't think this is gonna be a good matchup here. Even though it's a smallish garrison. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13,
You waste my
14,
time.
27 units to our 20, and these are all low tier. And we do have the cav. Yeah. I think I'd rather have these two armies take it together.
At your service.
Or we could fall back this way to deal with this, because we have to sort them out. Though I'm not... Yeah, we should probably push this way for now. Because this area, this is probably going to be some of the last area that we take on the map, just because of how many factions are up here, and just it's a pretty wide frontier to take. But we've got these armies pushing this way. Did we move these armies already? I think we did.
These are dark times.
Mildly Noise says, back in Warhammer 2 pre-Mortal Empires, Lizardmen were the best, coming from historical Rome 1 and Shogun 2. You lack spell power in Morn's army. Yeah, Mazdamundi himself should be way more powerful in the game than he is, unfortunately. Ghost in the Darkness says, I love the Lizard Boys, but hate that Temple Guard can't be buffed to the tits. And Mildly Noise says, if you don't mind me backseat gaming here. No, no worries at all, man. Don't mind at all. Enjoy the conversation.
Lord of the Glade.
What do I want to do with you? I mean, we could make the attack to trap the army in there. But I think we'll do a combined assault next turn. Let's just move to here and we'll go into encampment stance. Oh, there's an army outside there as well. All right. So we're gonna need both armies. I wonder if this guy's gonna have enough. Yeah, we might not. Should have enough movement with the either force march or the wild routes. We should be okay there.
Protector of the forest.
Mildly Noise says that Ghost of the Darkness true, but I don't understand that until 500 hours in. And Ghost in Darkness says, me either. Alright. Good. Take a look. Alright, yeah, you stay put. Oh, we didn't move Orion yet.
How may I help?
I want to get her into the army, but I want to cut these guys off, and we might not have enough movement if we put her in the army, so I think we'll just make the attack and put her in at the end of the turn if possible. Ghost in the Darkness says, or me neither. However English works. Yeah, I don't know, I get confused with it as well. My Lady Noise says, come to think of it, I didn't understand how magic worked until then either. Yeah, you know what? The whole thing with the magic, like, it took me a while to sort of figure out the magic, and you know, there's still like, a lot of schools of magic that I don't know. I don't really use or know how to like use optimally. Mildly Annoyed says, then I noticed what Reg said. Masamwani actually isn't a good spellcaster. Then I played Gelt.
I thirst for the hunt.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think, I don't know. I haven't played the Lizardman for a while, so I don't know if there's been like any update toward the balancing or whatnot. But I'm pretty sure that some of the other Slan, like, I don't know how it works, like what generation, but is first generation or third generation the better? Anyway, some of the other Slan, depending on what generation they are, actually have better like bonus than Mazda Mundi has.
I share the forest
In terms of like their spellcasting and their spellcasting abilities. How does this shit work? Okay, so we can move by land over here, or we could sail over here. We could probably take the dreaded rock this turn. So we'll come and take this. Kebab says that Ghost in the Darkness on the internet English works however you want it to work. It's a good point. It's a really good point. My Lady Noise says Massa gets barrier, which is nice. Second gen is the best you can get. But most Lifelands are just better. Massa is second gen. Alright, we can auto this. Let's save us grinding out a siege battle. Mildly Annoyed says, Lord Croak is Mummy first generation. Ooh, man. 65k is nice, but I don't want to waste a turn here. So we'll just occupy it. But yeah, that 65k would have been nice. Though we did make quite a bit of money this turn. Actually, our income is actually moving up a little bit. Georgie says, gotta go study. Catch you later if you stream again. Alright, Georgie, have a good day, have a good night. Don't study too hard, but enjoy it, man. What are you studying, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sure you probably have mentioned it before, but yeah, good to hit the books.
Proud son of Athaluran.
Kebab says, bye and good luck to Georgie. Okay, alright, yeah, we wanna occupy this. Just get a little bit of replenishment here.
Glade Lord, at your service.
Alright. Go with scouting. Probably be the best one. Mildly Annoyed says, a bit sad that most lizards' lands are more interesting than most legendary lords. 100%.
Can I offer
100%.
assistance?
You know what? There's a couple things that I am kind of disappointed that didn't get added to Warhammer. Like, number one is the army painter. I feel like having like an army painter would have been a really, really cool feature. But another thing that I think would have been really interesting would have been, because like Warhammer is almost sort of like, there's a lot of RPG elements to Warhammer. So why not give the player the ability to create their own custom legendary lord, where you get to choose, you know, certain skill trees or whatever, you know, get to, you know, basically, you know, have a certain amount of points or whatever that you get to spend on actual like skill trees and abilities, and create your own like customizable legendary lord. I think that would have been kind of a fun feature. I guess I don't know, maybe they didn't want to do it because of Games Workshop or something. I don't know. I think it would have been interesting. I don't know. It's just me. Mildly Annoyed says, nice if you go into games, don't fall for the usual traps. Georgie says, I'm a programmer. I'm learning a new programming language, C++. Oh man, I studied C++ like back in the ancient days, man. But yeah, it's sort of your fundamental programming language. All right, that's awesome, dude. Mildly Annoyed says, custom legendary lord? Hell no, we get another Daniel. Yes, indeed. Good old Daniel. You know, I've never played as Daniel. Legendary. Oh, we didn't move this guy. Didn't move this guy. Kebab says, to think we literally had an avatar creator in Shogun. Yeah, you know, like, Avatar Conquest, like, why would they...
Can I offer
Why would they get rid of that? Why would they not continue a feature that was so adored by the community, and probably, like... Shogun 2 had one of the, you know, most active multiplayer communities. Like people still playing Shogun 2 multiplayer. Mildly Annoyed says, do you really want another Daniel? Someone who can't even equip banners or have followers. True enough. True enough. Kebab says, yeah, they really named Demonic Lord of Chaos Daniel, didn't they? And Mildly Annoyed says, I haven't played as Daniel either. I will once he can wield a sword of Cain, for example. Ooh, we got an army sitting over there. Kebab says, knew a Daniel as a kid, and he was as annoying. He was annoying as shit. Thank you, CA.
proud daughter of Athel Lauren?
Let's scoop this up. Mildly Annoyed says, Shogun 2 had friggin' simultaneous turns. Did it really? For multiplayer, really? That's pretty wild. Shogun 2.
How can I assist you? Lady of the Glade.
Yeah, I feel like Shogun 2 is one of the most underrated Total Wars. Even though that, you know, the people that love it, it's, you know, regarded as one of the best Total Wars, but I feel like a lot of people really just kind of casually dismiss Shogun 2, which is, you know, kind of unfortunate because there's a lot of really excellent aspects of the game. Mildly Annoyed says, I'm so angry inside. Shogun 2 is technically the best Total War game there is because the engine can handle the shit it has to. Yeah, you know what? I would have to agree with you. Like, it feels like the most polished version of the old school Total War games. You know, like, in terms of, like, the mechanics and the... Shoot, I think this guy was supposed to come down here and take this. Because this guy's either got to go that way or this way. And we're going to be leaving this behind us here. So I guess we could take this and come back around. You know what? I think it's probably better we come over this way. Come and take this and then we'll move that way. Because if we do this, then we got to backtrack this way. So scoop this up and then we can move that way. But yeah, Shogun 2 kind of polished a lot of the features and mechanics from the older style Total War games like Rome 1, Medieval 2. And then even Napoleon and Empire has elements of Napoleon Empire when you include Fall of the Samurai. Kebab says, like, really think about it. It's all about the epic battles and the big buttons, and you get an epic action figure called Daniel. This is a tempting one to raise as well, but kind of, I want to just keep on the move as much as possible.
The forest is whispering.
Mildly Annoyed says, that's British. Very British though, is it not? At Kebab? Shogun 2's expansion had cannon ships with naval combat, railroads, deployable structures in combat. It's
Moving.
yeah, I think it's, I guess probably calling it the most underrated Total War, probably the wrong way of stating it. Probably the most unappreciated Total War. Because I think there's like a lot of the community, especially like the newer Total War players that just, you know, kind of dismiss Shogun 2. But yeah, when you look at Fall of the Samurai, you've got some really awesome features that you really can't find them in any other Total War game.
A prudent strategy.
Kebab says that mildly annoyed, kiddish or British. It's hard to tell at times. Ooh.
Defender of Athalora.
I live to serve
I
Aaron.
think we, oh shit, we got a siege? Where the fuck is the siege? Yeah, we're gonna keep sieging this because I don't want to. I mean, what the hell? We might be able to win that fight, but we've got another army in the area. We'll just wait for the other army, and we can just auto-resolve it. Essentially,
Anything is possible.
unassigned skill points. Kebab says Shogun 2 is like chess with how perfectly refined it is. Yeah, you know, and then when you dig into it with, you know, the battles and like the mechanics of how the units perform and stuff like that, the morale system, like it's just such a great game. Really well put together. Mildly Annoyed says, I'm thinking of making a comparison video, Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai and Warhammer 3. Oh, you know what, that would be really interesting. Naval battles were actually really fun. And if you didn't sink or explode that ship, you captured it for yourself. Yeah, I mean, like,
We will reach it in time.
I mean, it would have been a huge undertaking to put naval battles in this, but my gosh, the possibilities would have turned this game into something completely different. Like, it would have been something spectacular. Man, we are getting pretty close to full map completion, boys. We are getting pretty freaking close. I think we're definitely going to be able to get it before turn 150. I'll go with Quartermaster. Especially if we keep all these generals in the field. I don't know if we're going to be able to afford to keep a lot of these generals in the field, but there's really no point to upgrading these, but I just, my OCD can't, because we don't even get a garrison So there's 0 point to upgrading them, just aside from feeding my OCD. That's really the only reason why. Mildly Noise says, huge undertaking. It was there in Shogun 2. Warhammer 1 was such a step down. Yeah, what I mean by, like, just like, you know, if they were going to do it right, it would have involved them, you know, like from faction to faction, you would have had such a variety of ships, right? Like you would have had, you know, like high elf corsairs, and then like the Bretonian sort of like classic, you know, Age of Sail ships, and then, you know, dwarven steam ships, and, you know, the Black Arcs, the, you know, the balancing and the implementing, like making, you know, all of these ships function differently and feel differently. It would have been a lot for them to add, but the payoff would have been huge. Like it would have been, it would have just completely changed the dynamic of the game. But yeah, I don't know.
Colonels.
I mean, that's the one of the things that I think is really missing from Total War is, you know, coastal assaults on cities with fleets. I mean, I guess you kind of get it a little bit in Rome 2 and Attila, and I guess you get it in Fall of the Samurai a little bit as well. But I mean, I would love to see a Total War set in the 1800s, 17 or 1800s, where you have, you know, ships just bristling with cannons take on like really massive, well-designed forts. And I mean, by well-designed forts, what I would really love to see is like actually historically accurate forts and historically accurate cities, rather than, you know, relying on creative assembly for coming up with, you know, strategically viable cities and whatnot.
Defender of Athelloren.
Yeah, we were sending you back this way, weren't we? Kebab says, also they nailed the atmosphere of everything. From the gunpowder you could hear in the distance, and just the sheer weighty feel of the matching army. Yeah, 100%. Alright, let's double check we're at war with everyone. We haven't checked for a little while. Pretty sure we are. Running low on factions though. Alright, I think we can end the turn. Mildly Annoyed says, oh yes, the soundscape and visuals were sublime. I give them credit for Warhammer 3. The visuals and soundscape is still excellent. This is true. This is true. The sound and the visuals are really good. I especially like the sound of the cannons. Though, I mean, you go back to Shogun 2 and like the sound of the cannons, the gunfire, all that stuff is top notch. And Mildly Annoyed says, well, considering how few races there were in Warhammer 1. Kebab says, this might be controversial, but I actually like they don't have NATO battles in Warhammer, because just imagine single entity for single entity fights and how dull that would be. Yeah, you know, I think that, like, the way that they resolved sort of the naval conflicts in this, you know, it works fine for the game. And like the danger would have been with them adding naval combat to the game, could have potentially ruined the game. Like if they didn't get it right, which I think is, you know, the main reason why it wasn't added to the game is because they weren't confident that they could get it right. So I think that's, you know, the reason why we didn't get to see it. But, you know, naval combat done properly would have been just freaking incredible. Would have been so much fun. But yeah, it would have kind of made sort of like a, I guess that's their last army, guessing. Maybe, maybe not. Kebab says, I think if you want good naval battles, you need a realistic engine like Empire or Shogun 2 had. For sure. Mildly Annoyed says that Kebab, it wasn't dull in Shogun, dwarf cannon ship against magic. Yeah, and you could have even like added like sea monsters or something like that as well. Heroic victory. Fuck, we gotta fight this. Another blob battle. Kebab says Warhammer cannon sounds are really weak, and single enemy impacts are also almost non-existent. Mildly Annoyed says Noctilus and Luther Harkon heavily disagree that naval combat works fine. Kebab says, so yeah, people hope for like Empire Shogun naval battles in Warhammer, but I think that's just not possible here. Yeah, I mean the real issue I think would be like the amount of resources that CA would have to dedicate to the naval battles. Okay. What do we got? Guys, get ready for another wildly exciting battle here. So we'll go for those dudes. Just try and get on some of the guys that are. Bob says maybe they could have made naval battles into like a mini game type thing where they're different battles entirely. Like you open a window and you play a battleship against your Skaven opponents. Mildly Annoyed says, of course bad combat worse than no combat. In the same vein of bad minor settlement sieges is more horrible than no minor settlement sieges. But they did good naval combat, and thusly I imply that they could have done it again. But we get premium DLC of Changeling instead. Yeah, the focus is pretty much entirely on just avenues to make money, right? Like, I mean, like, when you look at the Warhammer games, the Warhammer trilogy in general, like it's, you know, like from Warhammer 1 to 2 to 3, like it's all the same game. It's just more of an expansion than yeah, more of an expansion than separate standalone games, right? But, you know, the games were made in a way to be resold, remarketed, and, you know, to create a DLC pipeline, you know, was the ultimate goal, right? And fuck, man, I want to keep these guys healed, but I also want to drop one of these dwellers from below to try and sort some of this out. But I get the feeling that we're gonna lose. I gotta drop the deal here. So you guys can move over this way. Kebab says, at Mildly Annoyed, I feel like we're living in Constantinople in like 1350, and we're like, well, we were great once, we can do it again, but it's Warhammer and CA. But I mean, you know, like that's the thing. Like, if what you said about CA and the developers that they have was true, Mildly Annoyed, I'd have my doubts whether or not they could do it again. seems, you know, they've kind of sacrificed quality for quantity at some point. Mildly Annoyed says, it's not the same guy. AI slowly getting worse. Daniel is a joke, and the campaign is more horrible than ever. Fuck, this guy's gonna die. Fuck, man, this, maybe we should have auto-resolved this fight. These guys are giving me a much harder time than I was, anticipating. Mildly Annoyed says also the bugs. Ooh, shit. He's in trouble. Oh, fuck. Our little blob strategy's not turning out so well this time around. You know, it's these fucking guys in here causing problems. You have plenty of wins, but it's whether or not we're going to generate them in time. Bob says, I think at some point we have to accept Total War peaked at Shogun, and it's just not going to, and it's just going to go even more downhill. Seems to be, you know, unless something miraculous happens, seems like an accurate assessment of the situation, to be honest. But a guy can dream, can't he? Got some units breaking. Mildly Annoyed says, the ancient strategy of blobbing up will prevail. Stand fast. Yeah. I don't know. I usually like to put a couple of dragons into these Treeman armies just to give us a little bit of flexibility. Like we can, you know, get them blobbed in like this, and then you have the dragons do some breath attacks in behind. But some of the armies were just built out of... ah, shit, I totally missed there. Built quickly rather than... Like most of these treekin are usually, I think, put in because they were quick to recruit. Kebab says, like, you can't reverse some trends, so better to accept them and move on to Manor Lords when it finally releases. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking out Manor Lords, and I've got to pick up the Ultimate General series. I think that's a series that we should definitely try out some of the games. It looks a little different than Total War, but you know, I've heard the naval combat for Ultimate General or Ultimate Admiral is really good. So I don't know, it'd be interesting to check it out. Mildly Annoyed says, absolutely at Kebab, but I refuse to expect it. I'd rather die nagging and complaining. That's why I choose this YouTube name and started creating content. No, it's dude, that's the perfect name, man. And I'd be really interested to see your comparison between Shogun 2 and Warhammer 3. I think, yeah, I think there'd be a lot of value in exploring that further. Kebab says, even with games like WoW and RuneScape, the best they could do was release a classic mod, and even then it was difficult for the developers to not let the modern design seep through. Alright, I think I was gonna say we're almost through this, but if we can kill this dude. Marcus will fart. Member for 14 months. I think Marcus, I think you're one of the longest, if not the longest member, man. Marcus says, hey, good morning, my man. What's up, Marcus? How's your day going? I guess you're just getting up, enjoying your Sunday morning, just having a thrilling blob battle here. Mildly Annoyed says, just more remasters and reimagining in the horizon of the game devs. Mildly Annoyed says, hey Marcus, good to see you here. Yeah, Marcus is, I think, a Total War celebrity, man. I think, well known within the community. If we can get rid of this dude, I think we'll be able to get through this. Mildly, or Kebab says, at Mildly Annoyed. Right, it's like we're going down with the ship fighting, except it's a game. We're grumpily complaining as hard as we can. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I still enjoy playing the Total War games. It's just like it could be so much better, you know. And it's weird that, you know, oh look at that heroic victory. It's weird that a game series would be regressing that rather than getting better. Like, you know, players who grew up with, you know, the original Shogun, Rome 1, Medieval 2, you know, were imagining just, you know, if they could do that back then 10, 20 years ago, they were imagining, like, my gosh, like, just imagine how incredible these games are going to be, you know, 10 or 20 years from now if they can do all of this now. And it's like, games are you know, visually, you know, they look great in some respects, but mechanically and functionally, they're, you know, broken in a lot of ways. Marcus says, I'm doing good. I just woke up. Yes, you're correct. About to dress and head off to Mass for the morning. Ah, man, well, enjoy Mass. Hope it's a nice, pleasant experience. Marcus says, and good to see you too, at Mildly Annoyed. Mildly Annoyed says, at Kebab, I like that image. If I reach critical mass in my channel, I will find some artists to do me some art with me complaining and be annoyed while the ship sinks. Oh, that's fantastic. Kebab says, uh-oh, Rag your mic. Oh, is it, are we, okay, give me a second. Kebab says, unless you're crumpling some papers. Yeah, no crumpling papers. It's an issue with the cord of the mic. Like when I bump the cord, like the cord, it gets into crumpling. The worst thing is, I've got another mic here, which is a much better mic, and I just haven't adjusted the settings. I haven't taken the time to actually adjust the settings to the mic that I should be using. Is it a little bit better? Have we, oh, look at this. Ritual Rebirth succeeded. Very nice, very nice. What was the... Treasury plus 5,000, abundant growth, deep roots cleared. Mildly Annoyed says, thank you very much for the idea. Kebab. I'll add it to the list. That's awesome. Guys, did the, Marcus says, LOL better. Okay, good. So, Mike is doing okay now?
Show them doom.
Mildly Annoyed says, yes, Ragnarok sounds fine. Okay, good. Yeah, because I can't hear it. The weird thing is I can't hear it on my end. It's just with the, yeah. Just with the microphone and with the static. Ooh. Alright. Well. Here's the thing. I was going to call it a day here. But I don't want to... Marcus just showed up, so I don't want to end it with Marcus just showing up. But if he's headed off to Mass, then I don't feel as bad calling it a day. Like I said, I might come back later on after. I want to watch some football a little bit later on. I might come back and play some Total War Pharaoh a little bit later on in the day. Kebab says, I'm finally starting to succumb to the jalapeno cheese nachos tempting me, so I'm off. Good luck with the stream and have a great day, everyone. And Kebab says, yeah, Mike's a lot better. And it says, oh, P.S. don't forget to sleep at some point. Yeah, I think this is a good point to finish up for the day. We're getting really close to full map completion. There's just... We're just basically filling in the last... the edges of the map now, so it's well, we're starting to get there. Got a fair bit of work done. If we do one more long stream, we could potentially finish it up with one more long stream. Like if we do like a 8 to 12 hour stream, I feel like we could wrap this up. Depending on what pace. I go at such a slow pace, though. That's the only issue, is that I'm kind of slow. And I mean, it would depend on how many battles we actually have to manually resolve. But yeah, things are really starting to come together. But guys, I really appreciate the support today. Thank you very much. I think Legend of Total War is streaming right now as well. I could redirect you guys there, but I mean, there's only a handful of you guys there. I'm sure you can find them on your own as well. But yeah, I think Legend is streaming. What is he streaming? I think he's streaming. Mercy the Mad is also streaming. Oh wait, maybe Legend is not streaming. I thought Legend was streaming. Okay, my bad. Oh no, Legend is streaming. Yeah, Legend's playing Tyrion. Slightly Obnoxious Kiwi is playing Mountain Blade, and Mercy the Mad is playing Scrag Urban Planning. So we got a couple of options there, but yeah, I will come back to this campaign sooner or later. I won't be in a big rush to get back to this. The next thing we'll play a little bit of Pharaoh, give you guys a little bit of a preview of that. But yeah, don't get too excited. Marcus Wolfart says, yes, hi elves. And Vekoma says, Ragnarok Legend is Tyrion. Ah, nice. And Miley Noise says, it was fun, but I have to do a lot to do myself. See you around. Say hi when you are lurking. Yeah, I will definitely pop into the chat a lot more. It was a pleasure to have you here, Mildly Annoyed, and I wish you all the best of luck with the channel. Looking forward to see that complaining with the ship sinking emoji. That's gonna be great. Anyway, guys, have a great day. I'll be back soon with some more Total War. We'll play some Pharaoh, and then get back into Shogun 2 at some point next week as well, and we'll come back to this probably a week or two from now. Anyway, guys, have a great day. Ragnarok.